Convention on Political Education. Without further ado, I'd like to ask all of you to stand and ask Brother Marvin Taylor to bring the invocation. Brother Taylor. Lord, thou hast been our dwelling place in all generations. Before the mountains were brought forth, before the earth was formed, even from everlasting to everlasting, thou art God. We pause at this moment before the beginning of the business of this organization to recognize thee as the maker of all that are here, the author of all the good that will ever come to us in the world, the director of our lives if we permit it to be so. And on this occasion, that's what we would humbly ask and beg of thee, that we submit ourselves into thy keeping, that we be guided by thy Spirit, that the things that comes out of this organization will be pleasing, be acceptable unto thee, be beneficial to the people that are gathered, as well as the people throughout this great state of ours. Guide us in all our deliberations, and may thy peace, may thy comfort, and thy guiding hand be upon each of us throughout this day's session. We ask in Jesus' name. Amen. The benefit of those delegates who were not in attendance at the June 7th convention, let me say this to you. This is simply a continuation of the June 7th convention. All of the committees that were appointed to serve in that convention are serving the same capacity. All other appointed positions are still in effect. The same rules that were adopted at the last convention are in effect. And we don't have to go through the process of getting reorganized again to do business. We're ready to do business here this morning. And I want to report to you that we will be having some very firm recommendations to make to you before the morning's up. We have with us this morning an old friend of the labor movement in Mississippi. He's served in the state legislature. He's been the Secretary of State in Mississippi for many, many years. I consider him to be one of our better friends that hold state office, that is. We supported him for his bid for re-election during the Democratic primary, and I thought it would be only appropriate to invite our own Secretary of State to come before you this morning and to bring official greetings from his office for the state of Mississippi. So at this time, it's my pleasure to present to you our Secretary of State, John Heber Lapp. Mr. Lapp. Mr. President and delegates for your recent convention. First, I want to thank you most sincerely, Claude, for having invited me here today. I want to express my deep appreciation to the American Federation of Labor, CIO, for their support of my candidacy in this recent primary. There have been many leaders in the labor movement, but the names Samuel Gompers, John L. Lewis, and George Meany will never be forgotten. All of these leaders were born in the 19th century. Gompers in 1850, John L. Lewis in 1880, George Meany in 1894. On behalf of Mississippi officials, I extend to you greetings the dominant labor leader in the United States, in my opinion, and has been for many decades. It's undebatable that his influence in both foreign and domestic policy is paramount. I was thinking this morning as I drove to the motel, the leadership that you've had on the state level during my incumbency in the state office. I've always enjoyed the friendship of these men. Willie Hines, right across Kenya, as your president. As I review the history of this great nation, I am convinced if it had not been for your organization and others like yours, that today we would not have the minimum wage, we would not have an 8-hour work day, we would not have collective bargaining. Compare Mississippi today with what it was 3 decades ago. God mentioned my tenure in the legislature. People of Pearl River County honored me by electing me to the House of Representatives in 1936. From 1936 to 40, I labored in the governmental vineyard to lift up the high ground of Mississippi. At that time, we had around 30,000 people gainfully employed in industrial plants in the state of Mississippi. What is it today? 200,000 people with take-home pay in excess of $1.25 billion. I know of no state, ladies and gentlemen, and I've been in every state in this union. I know of no state that's made more progress in the last 30 years than has the state of Mississippi. I was a member of the legislature, think of it, ladies and gentlemen. The total revenue from all sources less than $20 million a year. Today it's in excess of $600 million a year. We still have a long way to go. But I'm proud of the progress we've made. We're moving with great rapidity. This state has been richly blessed with natural resources. 40 counties producing oil and gas, most fertile soil to be found anywhere in the world, one of the best climates to be found in the nation, plenty of fresh water, 17 million acres of virgin timberland, just to mention a few. We do live, in my judgment, in a modern garden of Eden. It's been hard, it's been slow, but you know the whole Southland, for 100 years, following the war between the states, was kept in economic servitude, so to speak, because of high interest rates and discriminatory freight rates. But that day's gone. One of the greatest things that Harry Truman did during his tenure, he removed these discriminatory freight rates, which was punitive against the people of the South. We have a great future. It's good to have money in the things that money can buy, but it's good to check up once in a while to see that we haven't lost the things that money can't buy. I am honored to be serving as chairman of the Mississippi American Revolution Vice Continuous Commission. Next year we celebrate the 200th birthday of this a lot of problems. But there are no problems too great that cannot be solved by 213 million people if we will only put first things first. It's obvious to us that we've got rampant crime throughout the United States. We need to turn the clock back, so to speak. All of us. And reinculcate in our heart and mind the great work that made this the greatest nation on earth. Money alone will not industrialize a nation. Most important ingredient, strong backs and skilled hands. Both are indispensable and go hand in hand. I know what it is to work. I have never failed to appreciate what it means to earn a living with the sweat of your brow. This morning I turned time back in its life when I was a young man, 18 years of age. As a mule scanner, building dummy lines for the Heinz Lumber Company in Pearl River County, I worked for 50 cents a day, 10 hours a day. Then for a long time, I farmed as a farm boy. I've grown 5, 6, 7 cents high. I know what it is. I'm an old railroad man. Worked for the New Orleans Great Northern Railroad at one time. But during my lifetime, I reiterate, I've been dedicated to the proposition of lifting up the high ground all Mississippi, economically, socially, and culturally. I want to again thank you, Claude, for inviting me here today. I want to thank you again for your endorsement of my candidacy. Let us all lock arms in an interminable chain. Do all we can to develop this state in the fullest. I mentioned the natural resources we have. We can make this one of the greatest states in the American Union. I thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Lazarus, for your breath here this morning. We appreciate your presence very much. I know you have a busy schedule and have to leave us, but we do appreciate you coming out and look forward to working with you again for the next 4 years. Before we get any further along, let me advise those delegates in the back. We do have quite a few seats up front, on the front row here, some over there, and a couple here. We'd like to keep these seats open here for the escort committee with a couple of special guests we'll have a little later on. But there are some seats up front. Those of you who'd like to come up now, come on up and take a seat. On the table in front of you, we'll make a special effort for the part of that agenda is close to the end. And your actions here this morning will depend to a certain extent as to how we break things in. I think I should advise you this morning that depending upon the time taken in debate on some of our recommendations, we will have the Lieutenant Governor-elect, the winner of the Democratic nomination, here this morning, hopefully around 11 or 11:30. Honorable Cliff Finch, who won the Democratic nomination here about 1:30 this afternoon. I make these announcements because I want you to know what the situation is. Much will depend upon where we are at that particular time. It might well be that we might have to recess or table discussion on some of the recommendations in order to bring the Ms. Evelyn Gander before you. But if we are lucky enough to get through the debate, not the recommendation, then we'd like to have her here at 11:30, recess for lunch, come back at 1:30, hear the nominee, Mr. Cliff Finch, and then shortly thereafter, hopefully we'll be able to adjourn the convention time down. I do have a few things I'd like to discuss with you briefly this morning before we get into the regular order of business. I'd like to kind of bring you up to date a little bit about what's happened since we were together last, give you a brief report on the activities of the central body, state organization, and so forth, in terms of those candidates we supported, especially for the legislature. And I want to commend those judges that are active with the central body for having once again come through and having done an excellent job. While it's true that we lost several good friends in the legislature in both houses, it's also true that we picked up a number of new friends in these primaries. As things stand at the present time, depending on what happens on November the 4th, I would say that we're in fairly good shape. Fairly good shape. But the fact remains something like this. We're now 2 down and 1 to go. We've gone through the first and second Democratic primary, but we're now faced with the main ball game coming up on November the 4th. Many of those friends that we helped elect in the primary to the legislature will have Republican opponents. Some of them will have independent opponents. So my advice to you here this morning is not to sit on your hands. We have an awful lot of work to do yet. But if we're successful, if we can hang on to what we've got at the present time, plus picking up perhaps a few more seats, then come January, I think we're going to be in fairly good shape. Of course, a lot depends on who's elected lieutenant governor and who's elected governor of our state. Now, we do have a good situation to report to you on, I think, that we haven't been able to report on up to this point, at least as long as I've been around. We think we're going to have a friendly Speaker of the House this time around, and Mr. Buddy Newman from Mr. Queen County. I think I reported on this to you earlier, through this convention. Mr. Newman has come through. He's made friends with the labor movement in his area. Our folks up there supported him for re-election to the House of Representatives, see one gentleman sitting in the back that I would like to recognize. I don't know if I can take the time to recognize all 50 guests tonight and try to stay on schedule. But I see Brother J.W. Rainey sitting back there in the audience. Brother Rainey used to be a member of our executive board, served in that capacity for a number of years from Hinds County. He won the Democratic nomination for one of the seats to the Mississippi House of Representatives, and I'd like to recognize that gentleman at this time. He's sitting back there in the back, Brother Rainey. We would like to afford you about a half a minute to have a couple of words to say.
Thank you, Lord, and I just want to tell you I certainly appreciate the support that I got from the labor movement. You are what elected me. The labor people in my district. I have a good labor district, and that is the main reason I ran. I just had 2 weeks from the time I decided to run and announce to be elected. 2 weeks from election time. So it took an awful lot of help. And all of my opponents took the firefighters elected. They bless their heart, they helped. But they didn't do it by themselves. Every labor organization is number of labor in my district got out and worked on it, and I appreciate it from the bottom of my heart, and I will do the best job of my ability to make it. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes, you haven't told him you got a Republican opponent.
I have a Republican opponent, and if he gets enough signatures on there, I'll have an independent opponent. So I still need your help, right on through. Even if you don't live in the district, you know someone, you probably have some 10 people there. I had a man from Natchez district who called me after the first primary and didn't know I was in the election and said he was calling a cousin of his over in my district. The man called me and worked the street from house to house. So you don't have to live in my district to work from it. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Raymond. If you'll want to Sergeant Arms to see us Mr. Knight can come on up, I'd like to get him up here. We're going to start this. We got 2 main pieces of business to take care of this morning. We've got 3 constitutional amendments on the ballot on November 4th. The executive board will present to you a resolution endorsing all 3 of those amendments. Brother Knight will present that resolution to you, and he will also present our report and our recommendations for this upcoming election. So if we get the Sergeant at Arms to get Brother Knight to come on up front where he'll be ready to give that report, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to try to go through the list that I have here and recognize some of the distinguished guests that have checked in with us. So the head house for the machinist organization is here. You stand as I call your name. Back there. There's Steve Williams. He's registered in as staff of the IUD department. Brother Williams, is he here? Brother Dan Ory with the FLCO staff. There's Dan. And then he's here. Jim Touchstone with the FLCO staff. Brother John Curtis with ILG. With Eddie Brew with ACWA. Peggy Torrance with ACWA. Where's Peggy? I haven't seen her for several years. Good to see you. Good to have you here, Peggy. Jennings Davis with ACWA. Ed Miller with the Laborers Union. Brother T.E. Reed we had enough. Let us look at the box outside, Charlie, or see if there's any more out there. Does everybody have a copy? There's a box full of these things out there somewhere, Charlie. We should have a couple of hundred actually, as a matter of fact. We'll wait for just a few minutes to see if we have enough copies out there, everybody. And while we are waiting for them to get that document out, check your tables in front of you and see if you've got a copy of the agenda and a copy of the rules. The rules were adopted at the last convention, and of course they're still in effect. Listen, so make sure you have a copy of the rules in front of you, because they'll be important when we get into the debate and discussion on our recommendation. Hold up your hand if you don't have a copy. There's like so many of seem to be quite a few in here, and if you have a copy here, on it, have does. Now, does everybody have a copy of the resolution? Everybody doesn't have a copy? Okay, at this time we're going to recognize Brother Knight to present the resolution to you. Brother Knight.
Resolution presented by the Mississippi AFL-CIO Executive Board to the state AFL-CIO Coast Convention, September 13, 1975. Whereas the regular session of the Mississippi Legislature adopted 3 constitutional amendments that will be placed before the state voters on November 4, 1975. It is most important for the delegates to this convention to review these measures and that certain recommendations be made to the membership. And whereas the proposals that will be on the ballot are as follows: HCR 45, HCR 46, and HCR 11. The Executive Board of the Mississippi AFL-CIO has reviewed all 3 proposals and presents the following observations and recommendations. HCR 45 will repeal Section 244 of the Constitution, which requires literacy requirements for elections. This section of the Constitution was rendered inoperative by the 1965 Voting Rights Act. The Executive Board agrees with the legislature in eliminating this useless version from the state's Constitution. HCR 46 will repeal Section 243 of the Constitution, which provides for a poll tax. This section was also rendered inoperative by the 1965 Voting Rights Act. The Executive Board again agrees with the legislature on this one. HCR 11 amends Article 6, Section 171 of the Constitution as it relates to the Justice of Peace Court. In reviewing this proposed amendment to the Constitution, the Executive Board came to the conclusion that this was also a good proposal. As a matter of fact, this proposal represents a long-sought objective of the Mississippi AFL-CIO, namely the upgrading of the Justice of Peace Court system. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the delegates in attendance at this convention in Jackson, Mississippi, on September 13, 1975, do go on record in support of all 3 proposed constitutional amendments, and that we urge our membership to vote for them on November 4, 1975. Mr. President, I move the adoption of this recommendation.
Okay, you heard the report of the Executive Board, and this resolution was adopted by the State Coast Committee as well yesterday. We have a discussion on the motion to adopt. Any discussion? Not all in favor of the motion to adopt, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. It will be noted as passed by unanimous vote. So now are you ready to on into the, main order of business of this convention, and that's none other than the making recommendations for the election coming up on November the 4th. So we're going to delay for a half a minute and ask the sergeant at arms now to get that message, that report out to the delegates. I don't think that one's been distributed yet, has it? Okay, let's take a brief, recess, not recess. Everyone has a copy, hold up your hand. It appears everybody has one, so Brother Knight, it's all yours. Brother Knight.
This is the report of the State AFL-CIO Committee on Political Education to this convention. On June 7, 1975, the regular Coke Convention convened in Jackson to consider candidates who were seeking state and district office in this year's election. At the close of that convention, it was agreed to recess instead of adjourning and to reconvene on Saturday, September 13th. Due to that action, for all practical purposes, this assembly is actually a continuation of the original June 7th convention. All committees and other appointees are still acting in the same capacity as they did then. At our June 7th convention session, it was agreed that the main election in Mississippi would take place on November 4th. This conclusion was arrived at primarily because the Mississippi Republican Party had announced its intentions to run candidates for virtually every state position and a number of district positions. In fact, those candidates had already qualified with the Secretary of State's office when the June 7th convention convened. And as pointed out at that time, no Republican candidate for state office had an opponent in the primary. This simply meant these candidates were home free. Their names would be on the ballot on November 4th, but they would not have to incur the expense of running in a primary election. On the other hand, numerous candidates for various positions had qualified to run in the Democratic primary. This meant that almost without exception, the nominees of the Democratic Party would be, and in fact were, selected by the voters who participated in these primaries. Since June 7th, a number of people have qualified to run as independents. A number of others have announced their intentions to do so. The deadline for independents to qualify isn't until September 25th. And at that time, we have no way of knowing, we have no way of knowing how many candidates will qualify as independents for any position. However, we do know that any candidate who qualifies as an independent will get on the ballot without having first been scrutinized by the voters in the primary election. Mississippi AFL-CIO is a strong supporter of the United States system of government. We believe it's the best system yet devised by man. It's our firm belief that the success of our system can be attributed in large part to the development of a two-party system. We sincerely believe that Mississippi needs a viable Republican Party as well as a viable Democratic Party. However, the method used recently to select the nominees of the Republican Party is repugnant to those of us who want to see a bona fide two-party system. We do not believe the method used to select Republican candidates is conducive to the establishment of a bona fide Republican Party in Mississippi. The Republican Party hierarchy is truly interested in establishing a bona fide party. It appears that they should first concern themselves with a few fundamentals such as voter registration by party and the conducting of party primaries to select nominees of that party. While we recognize the right of any citizen to seek elective office as a candidate, independent
might give us your name, the local union you represent, for the sake of the record. You'll be recognized in the proper order we hope.
James Taylor, Gulfport AFC, local 3262. I see a D by all of these candidates' names, and I noticed you have invited Cliff Fish to the afternoon. Was that same invitation extended to Mr. Carvine?
No.
Any reason why?
Yes, let me explain to you the procedure and the process, and then you was all the way through to this point. The executive board of the CFLCO established an interview committee to interview candidates for state and district office. We invited the candidates that were running for governor and lieutenant governor to meet with the committee. Interviewed them personally, almost without exception. The exception is the Republican nominee for lieutenant governor, who we were not able to get the thing worked out with him for a conference, but the committee did meet with Mr. Kirksey, and then we had the second meet with Mr. Finch day before yesterday. Now, the reason that we've invited only the candidates that are being presented to you for endorsement is very simple. We have a process to follow, and we think that we ought to follow that process that we followed down through the years. And then if you adopt our recommendation by endorsement, now get this, Mr. Finch's appearance here this afternoon is going to be determinative on your action. We don't propose to have him on this program. He's not endorsed for this organization. But we have went through the process of interviewing all of the candidates, and Mr. Carmichael indicated to our committee that he did not want endorsement of this organization. I recognize the government attorney.
Looking at the history of the state of Mississippi and most other states, I find that it's basically a Democratic
convention all will make a decision whether they want to adopt it in its entirety or not. If you disagree with any of the recommendations for a particular position, then you don't want to support that candidate, then I would suggest to you that you offer an amendment to strike the name from that report. That's the proper procedure. When this is done, of course, it will require majority vote. I want to advise everybody present before anybody is endorsed by this convention today receives the official endorsement of this organization. That will have to be by a 2/3 vote. Keep that in mind. We presented this to you all in one report for all of the positions. But I wanted to advise you how you go about striking one if you don't like one of the recommendations. After we get through with that, amend it, however, if you want to then consider it amended, approach it, the whole report, then the final adoption of this report will require a 2/3 vote of the delegates present. Okay? Now, who wants the floor next? Brother Finch, you in the back.
It will. Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak to this report, and I'd like to say something first. And I was involved in the meeting yesterday, and for the concerns of the people that's already spoken, I'd like to point out, if you speak opposition to this meeting, you may be classified as a Republican. This is what happened in the meeting yesterday. But I'd like to point out, starting saying, but I'm a Democrat. I run for the legislature as a Democrat. I do disagree with parts of this proposal, and when I get through, I'm going to propose some amendments to it. One, I like to point out that a law was passed by the Mississippi legislature that changed the deadline for independents to qualify, the same as the Democrats and Republicans, and this was thrown out by federal court. Therefore, what the AFL-CIO is doing is, in this resolution, is disagreeing with federal court. Now, I know... And I know that the state of Mississippi has got a long history of disagreeing with federal jurisdiction in voting procedures. Now, on the governor, as I understand it, Cliff Finch was in the legislature and he voted for the right to work law. Now, this wasn't brought out in the other convention. It was brought to my attention by the president of the AFL-CIO between the first and second primaries. Now, the state AFL-CIO is asking us to support a man that stabbed us in the back years ago in the legislature. And I don't agree with that. Now, I'm not for the state AFL-CIO endorsing Gil Carmichael because of some of his feelings. Neither am I in favor of the state AFL-CIO endorsing Henry Kircher, which hadn't filed any income tax for the last 11 years. I don't think the state AFL-CIO should make a recommendation for governor. It's that simple. Because of Cliff Finch's background in labor, and as I understand it, we should look at the background and considering the candidates. And as I understand it, Gil Carmichael didn't say he didn't want the support of this organization. He said he was scared to death of it. And that's two different things. And when it gets down to superintendent of education, the people in the labor movement that deals closest to this problem is AFT. AFT made an endorsement of their suggestions back at the last convention before we recessed. And I wonder how the executive board disregarded AFT's recommendations totally and come up with a recommendation in reverse. I think if it's that much dissension on the superintendent of education, the superintendent of education should be deleted from this proposal totally. And I would like to make an amendment that the following things be deleted from this proposal. First, on page 1, the parts about the Republican Party, because I seen an example yesterday that the committee that voted on this on the prior proposals is biased and look at it from a biased standpoint. Therefore, I think the reports referring to the Republican Party should be deleted. Reports referring to independents qualifying as September the 25th should be deleted. The recommendations for the governor should be deleted, and the recommendations for the superintendent of education should be deleted. Thank you.
Well, let me see if I understand what it is you want to do now. Of course, I'm going to permit your amendment, but I want to make a statement now before we get to further along. Is anyone else present who would like to offer an amendment to this report and these recommendations? I'm going to insist you offer that amendment first, be recognized by the chair, and make it official before we have any discussion on it. Brother Finch, you made a speech of sorts leading up to your amendment, which is out of order. But I'm going to permit that at this point. Now, your amendment, as I understand it, you're actually objecting to some of the language, and that language simply is to inform the delegates present as to how we arrived at some of the conclusions and the recommendations. Now, the actual recommendation itself, I think, is what the delegates are here to consider, not necessarily the facts outlined in the report that caused the committee to come to these conclusions. Now, I am going to accept the amendment. One, you said you wanted to offer two amendments, and I think we ought to take them one at a time for each position separately. So if it's permissible with you, we're going to start with the governor's situation, where you offer an amendment that I assume that we take no position in the governor's race. Is that your amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I made one amendment, and since the total recommendations and all is a part of the AFL-CIO's record, I made one amendment, and that amendment included the language for the Republicans, the language for the independents, the governor, and the superintendent of education.
Well, if you want to offer an amendment to change the language in the report that leads up to those recommendations, then I'm going to have to request that you sit down and put it out in writing and how you want that language to read before that is put before the delegate. I'll have to have it in writing so they'll know what they're voting on. Okay? If you want to take a few minutes to write it out as you want that language to read, then I'm on permission to do so. And I think that there's only one principle approach to what you want to do. As I understand it, you don't want to take a position in the governor's race, and you don't want to take a position in the state superintendent of education's race. So I'm going to have to consider it one at a time, because I'm sure there's going to be some people here that's going to look at the two differently. So I'm going to accept the first amendment. That amendment is that we strike this thing, and that we take no position in the governor's race. I assume that's what you want, isn't it? The amendment, take no position in the governor's contest. Is that your amendment?
That's part of it.
Well, I'm going to take it one at a time. I'm going to exercise the prerogative of the chair on this in this respect, because I think it's important to deal with it in fact. Do we have a second to that amendment? Do we have a second to Brother Fitzhugh's amendment? All right, the amendment
our recommendations for governor, and we take no position in the governor's race. Now, do we have any discussion on that amendment? Do you have any discussion on the amendment for or against the amendment? Over here on the side.
You will before I get out.
I think we should look at another thing on this, government. The people that I've talked to before the second primary, at least 90% of them, and maybe more than that, said that they were gonna vote Finch, second primary, Carmichael, November. And in the election, the same people have been calling sitting and saying the same tonight. And if the entire state feels the same way as people I've been talking to, Carmichael's gonna be elected regardless of who we support. And I think if we can't get the little man that we have a chance to elect, would be better if we don't go with either one. Just stay out of it unless we have a candidate getting our man in there. Because I think it hurts us to go with somebody else. So unless somebody in another section of the state knows what things about it, don't pull up the people that I don't talk to. I think we do well to stay out of it.
So you support the amendment? Yeah, it's the next time.
City McMahon Local 230 Glass Bottle Association. I come before you this morning. I wholeheartedly support the recommendation of the Coke Committee and the members that put up this resolution that was before us before the amendment was made. I know we are prone as individuals not to follow the recommendations of our labor leaders. This is true in our presidential races. Anything comes about. If we look back and see where Trick Dick led us, and see where we're headed on this forward, I just think we're foolish people if we stand here and support this amendment's been made. I mean, I think if we have able leaders in our state AFL-CIO on our coach committee come before us and make a resolution like it's been made here this morning, not to support this resolution. And I recommend you support the resolution that's been before us, not this amendment.
You're against the amendment? Okay, Brother Tommy Backlund?
Brother Chairman, fellow delegates, I've been in the labor movement in the state of Mississippi for a number of years, and I'm not going to say how many, but it's been quite a few. I've seen people go and people come in the state legislature. I have worked real close with some of them. We have had people that has been in the legislature that would promise us the moon if we would vote for them, but they didn't want our support. Like Mr. Carmichael, he didn't want our support. He wanted it, but he wanted it under the table. The people didn't see fit to do it that way. And it has been brought out here that we might have a friend in the next Speaker of the House, Buddy Newman. Up until this past few months, Buddy Newman has been labor's bitter enemy. Anybody that has ever been around the Capitol knows that Buddy Newman from Issaquah County has never supported organized labor in anything. But we have taken him now in our fold and says that he will do us a good job as the next Speaker. Let's hope so, because I feel like that he will be the next Speaker of the House. Okay, we've made about face there because we have always considered Buddy Newman as an enemy. Cliff Finch. It was stated here a few minutes ago that he voted against the right to work law. How many people didn't? The right to work law was passed in this state before the legislature ever went in session. So when it's all boiled down, there are people that is doing about face, and we accepting them. And I don't see Cliff Finch any different from that. To me, I think that he would be the right man for the working people of this state. Therefore, I support the resolution as presented.
I will recognize Brother Booth in just a minute, Brother Whitty, and I'll get you next. Just try to keep things moving here, but I feel like that I need to respond just briefly to the statement by Brother Beckham about Mr. Newman. And I think the people in Washington County will verify this. Mr. Newman, a man that we attempted to beat on a couple occasions because of the record that Brother Beckham refers to, freedom of life, and he wanted to lay movement off his back. He did a good job the past 4 years, and based upon that performance, our people made peace with him, not George Ramsey, but the people in Washington County. They support him for re-election. Unless we have a earthquake or something, he'll be the next Speaker of the House. That's how that all came about. We judge people not just on their past performance, but their immediate past record as well. If we want to keep it up into all of this, and we can find fault with all of it. Mr. Carmichael stated before the State Machinery Association in this hotel just a few months ago that he was for the right to work law in the state constitution. We had other candidates for governor that also voted for right to work. And so I don't think that we can hang our hat on the right to work question by itself. We have to consider everything in its entirety. I think there's another thing that has to be said here today. It's not said pretty soon. I guess I'll have to say it. Perhaps I need to say it now. We're not just going to be electing a governor in Mississippi on November the 4th, but whatever happens in Mississippi is going to have a definite bearing on what happens in the national election next year, and make no mistake about that. The National Republican Party wouldn't like anything any better than have a Republican governor in the state of Mississippi where Gil Carmichael and the thereby electoral votes for Gerald Ford. And I think everybody present here this morning needs to understand this. Okay, Brother Bruce.
Mr. President, I'm Alan Bruton, President of Mississippi State Building and Construction Trades Council here in Mississippi. I think that this convention made a mistake, not this morning, but I think back on June the 7th, we made a mistake by not endorsing Cliff Finch at that time. Anytime a man takes on himself to make the working man his theme, his entire platform, and goes out and rattles the bushes for support and so forth, and the members and the delegates of this convention cannot support a candidate like that, we need to get the hell out of politics.
Amen. I'm going to get Brother Whittington here. I don't know now, I believe Brother Tucker will be next. Then you go. Okay.
Morris Point, Mississippi.
Before you retire.
Mr. Chairman, delegates, we've gone through a long process of interviewing the candidates. We put in a lot of work in it, and as the chairman spoke to you a moment ago and said that the famous Republican from Meridian don't want our support, then I think we ought to make damn sure he don't get it. We go back to the issues of the right to work. I imagine about 95% or 90% of the population of Mississippi voted for this to be in the Constitution. Now, I like to got scared to death at our last convention when we eliminated a candidate for lieutenant governor because I was so sure the man was going to be elected, then what would it do to the labor movement? So I'm speaking against the amendment to the report from the committee. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Brother. Dr. Brother Davis.
Joe Davis, Administrator of Mississippi Electrical Workers. Brother Chairman, we had a lot of criticism at the last convention because we didn't make a stand. Now we've got an amendment on the floor that wants us to do the same thing today. Well, it's time that the Mississippi labor movement stood up and be counted for. I'm against the amendment, call for the question to send over.
Well, I'm not going to, accept any proposal to cut off the debate at this point, Brother Davis. Some of other people want the floor, and I think that this matter needs to be discussed before we put it to a vote. Recognize Brother Rainey at the other mic, and you next, Brother Underwood.
Mr. Chairman, JW Rating, International Firefighters, Local 87. I stand in opposition to the amendment. I want you folks to think for a moment. You was a part of a process here this morning amending the Constitution of the state of Mississippi. This is a proper procedure. It gives you a chance to participate and be a part in it and vote on the changes in the Constitution. Gil Carmichael comes up here with a can of worms, as you call it, to call a constitutional convention. And some of our own people has fell in with this recommendation of the Mississippi Economic Council. They're in favor of it because they think they can out-politic us and get what they want in there. They've sold some of you on the idea that you're going to get the right to work out of the Constitution of the state of Mississippi if you have a constitutional convention. This is the biggest fallacy that's ever been put over on the working people. The amend your Constitution, by amend it, let the people vote on it just like we're doing here today. Another thing, Mr. Carmichael goes to Washington and comes back spewing the same thing that Gerald Ford does. If you get a raise in pay, the cost of living goes up. The inflation, you're running it. But if you raise the price of oil from $5 a barrel to $13 a barrel, it has no effect on inflation. Now, how many of you can believe that? I earnestly beg you to defeat this resolution and adopt this report in its entirety. Thank you.
I recognize Brother Underwood.
Howard Underwood, Mississippi Executive Board, Tupelo, Mississippi. I'd like to remind the delegates here, if they'll look on the table in front of them, they'll find a pamphlet here that says that Gil Carmichael has been endorsed by the Republican Party and by Mr. Ford. Some talk has already been out that Mr. Ford will come to Mississippi before the November election. I think this is going to have a great bearing on next year's presidential election. And I'm working 6 days a week right now trying to make a living for my family and starving to death. I don't think we can put up with 4 more years of Mr. Ford in the White House, and any support that he gets from Mississippi won't be on my
Mr. Chairman, William R. Bell from Tupelo Rubber Workers. When we convened down here in June, we heard a lot of people tell us that the working people of this state could elect whoever they wanted to if they would get it together. To me, this amendment means that we hadn't got it together if we can't be intelligent enough that we can decide on a candidate that we can all support. I speak out against the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I think the issues that's been discussed is totally wrong. The issues has been discussed as if I made the amendment deleting Cliff Finch and adding Gil Carmichael. I didn't add Gil Carmichael. I just deleted Cliff Finch, and there's a lot of difference. I have no way went on record that this organization should support Gil Carmichael. Now, I would like to ask, if Cliff Finch is such a good man, why did you, the president of our organization, support William Winter in the second primary over Cliff Finch? Now, on August the 13th, there was a letter sent out from the AFL-CIO office, one to the letterhead of the Mississippi Voter Registration and Education League, calling a meeting. This meeting was scheduled at the Ramada Inn Coliseum, the Coliseum Ramada Inn, on August the 16th at 2 p.m. When the letter was sent out, there was picket lines around the Ramada Inn Coliseum, so the next day a letter was sent out on August the 14th, 1975, under the same heading, the Mississippi Voter Registration and Education League. And this meeting was solely called, and it was held at this hotel on August the 18th. This meeting, the receipt, the bill for this meeting was signed by Alan Johnson, who's president of the Mississippi Voter Registration and Education League, and sent in care of the AFL-CIO. And this meeting was solely held for the endorsement of William Winter. Well, this is contrary to the policy that's brought out in the Cope bylaws, because the Cope Convention voted that the convention go on record to support Danton, Finch, or Winter. So it was already on record that Finch was as much support as Winter. So there's a question in my mind, if the organization, the state office, want to that much support in support of William Winter, then there must have knowledge of something on Finch. And I would like to know what that knowledge is that was against Finch, that the state organization had to take that action in favor of Winter, when the state Cope Convention in June stated equally Danton, Finch, or Winter. And this is one of the bases that I'm basing my arguments on here today, that some action was taken between the first and the second primary for Winter against Finch. And now the same people saying Finch is the man. If Finch wasn't the man then, he's not the man now.
Well, before we commit to more discussion, I think we need to clear a few matters up for the picture. Mark the meeting of the Board of Restoration League, and one has it. You made reference to. Now, I was called by some of the Winter people about this meeting and asked for us to help get a message out to the people about a meeting at the our board after that first letter went out. The next day, we got another letter out advising the same people that the meeting would be changed from the Marty Inn to this hotel. Of course, I communicated and talked with some of the people in the process, and advised them of the same thing. And the question of paying for the place to meet come up. And I told them that if the meeting was going to take place, that there'd be none of our people invited to participate if it was in the Vermont. But if they changed the location, then if they couldn't take care of the cost of the meeting, I'd see that it was taken care of. But both candidates were invited to participate in the meeting. I don't know how you're going to construe that as being an endorsement by the officers of the CFL-CIO. Now, it's a fact, here today, I know it and everybody here knows it, that we've got delegates present at this convention. Some supported Canton in the first primary. When it got down to Finch and Winter, we had a pretty good division. Some of our board members supported William Winter and some supported Cliff Finch. Now, in our discussions with our board leading to this convention, some of those people were present and some of them spoke out and supported William Winter. And by unanimous vote, I think it was, our board said that we want to support Cliff Finch to win as the Democratic nominee. The primary is out of the way. We're now faced with the nominee of the Republican Party and the nominee of the Democratic Party and an independent. And there it should be said again here today, I think. The language in this report speaks to that. There's a strong possibility that there's going to be another independent candidate in the governor's race that might qualify before the 25th. You want to know what his name is? His name is John Bell Williams, the former governor of this state. And that's what we're addressing ourselves to in the language in this report. Okay, do we have any further discussion now on the amendment? Ready for the question? Brother Jackson, go on, please.
Chairman, I rise very seldom on the floor of the convention to speak. In this labor movement more than half my lifetime. The biggest problem labor has got in this state today is the same one they had the day I joined it. They're divided among themselves. And that's why we haven't made any more progress in all these years I've been hammering away trying to help make some progress in this state. Because the business community does stay together. They pour money into their candidates, and labor will get off and try to follow this one and that one and something else, and we wind up defeating the people, not electing them. Several times in the past, we had an opportunity in this Mississippi AFL-CIO to support a candidate for governor or lieutenant governor that could have won. But because of the division in our own ranks, we took no position. Our people split every which way, and the wrong people got elected. So I rise in opposition to all the amendments that have been made. I recommend to all the delegates in this convention that they adopt the report as it was written. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Now, do we have any further discussion on the amendment offered by Brother Finch?
I'd like to add one thing there, Mr. Chairman. There's also a man's name on there that introduced a bill in the legislature to make it illegal for public employees to strike. I was a public employee. I'm going to support that man because his Republican has certainly hadn't got any record at all. That man did us a favor. You remember that? You was up there. We found the friends that we had in the legislature because of that bill being introduced and brought on the floor. After it was discussed, people that we didn't know was our friends got up and defended us. And at the end, they got 2 votes out of the Mississippi Senate for that bill. I appreciate that man introducing it and supporting it, and I'm going to vote for him. Because, as I say, his Republican opponent is no better. And if we can't let a man change and admit that he's changed, then we're not very big ourselves. And I support the report in its entirety. Thank you.
Ready for the vote? On the amendment now. On the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, signify by saying aye. Opposed? Obviously, the proposed amendment failed. Now,
Mr. Chairman?
back to the regular report. That'll fit you.
There was quite a few noes on this amendment, and the rule says that 30% of the delegates vote. And I would request a roll call of the delegates and poll the delegates by per capita vote.
You're requesting a roll call vote on the amendment?
Yes.
You are, well, we're not gonna get to the roll call quite that easy, Brother Finch. We're gonna have a division of the House on the amendment. I think the best way to resolve that. And we're gonna ask all the delegates that require that amendment to stand. It's gonna take a lot of time, and it's the original amendment now. Question that raises is whether or not I brought the rule on the matter. I ask the sergeant at arms to take account.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like for the Sergeant at Arms to also consider there's 50 guests present that cannot vote.
All right, well, ask all guests and the registered guests that are not seated as delegates, please don't vote. Please don't stand. Let me ask Brother Jackson a question. Is he still in the House? Yeah. Do we have any additional delegates been seated since you made your report?
There's been a few, Claude.
A few additional delegates?
Yeah.
Well, I will go based upon the figure that you reported originally. 234 delegates have been seated at that point. 18 were against that amendment.
243 is the correct count.
How many?
243.
243. All right, it was 18 votes for the amendment out of 243 delegates. In my opinion, that's a far cry from the 30% required for a roll call vote. Therefore, Brother Finch, I'm not going to comply with your request at this point for any such roll call. Are you satisfied with that ruling? All right, the report then is back before the House. What's your pleasure? Any amendments, anything, if you want to vote on the thing in its entirety, that's up to you, your pleasure at this time. Questions been called for. I've tried to afford everybody an opportunity to want to speak for or against. The debate so far has been strictly on the amendment.
things that we can feel better this holiday. You will listen to us, because that's just work. Oh! And I move that we, can I do that?
Well, you wanted amendments for the House.
I forgot that.
Your amendment then would strike, Mr. Holiday as the recommended candidate from the report for state superintendent of education. Of course, I think everybody present, we understand what you said, but before you get around to collective bargaining rights of public employees, of course, that requires action on the part of the legislature. Regardless of what the position of the candidates might be, it would still require action on the part of the legislature to take to do the government and what have you. Do we have any further discussion now on that amendment? Ms. Nelson's amendment.
I made a short speech when I was here before about our sticking together here. I have to agree with the lady that our educational system is, well, it's in terrible shape. But I point out just one little thing. One more time. We have the endorsements for these people. The only way that our might or our influence is going to be felt is to stick together. Now, it may be that this guy Holiday or some other person won't do a good job. But there's one thing I would like to point out. If we stick together, maybe not this time, but if we stick together and our influence is felt in a solid block, we can correct this education thing and everything else. But the only way we're going to be able to do it is for these people who run the patrol is to recognize our power. And if we don't stick together and we divide our influence and we divide our vote and we don't vote as a block, then we're not going to do anything about education or anything else. We must stick together. So, I vote against the amendments, whatever they are.
Okay, well, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to just say a few words about this amendment. If we don't stick together, we're not going to accomplish nothing. I agree with that 100%. But if we stick together for somebody we know that's against us, we still not going to accomplish nothing, and I agree with that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to point out the question that's been called for on the resolution in its entirety. How in the world can the amendment be brought to the floor after the question has been called for to vote on the resolution in its entirety?
Well, I assume you're raising a point of order, and I'll have to speak to that. In order to do what you're talking about, we should have had a motion to bring this vote off the date for the previous question. That motion was offered. I wanted to make sure everybody had an opportunity to have it say, and an amendment they wanted offered, that we did not close off the date too fast, hold them that opportunity. Simply because somebody called for the question doesn't necessarily mean that the question is placed before you. The way to do that is the motion for the previous question. Yeah, I recognize the close of time.
Point of information, for the benefit, in the teaching profession, we are small in the state of Mississippi. We are struggling. Everybody in administration are against teaching. We are bumping our heads against our building principals, our supervisors, and everybody right on down the line, even here
Nelson made reference to collective bargaining rights. I assume she was talking about a law that would compel public officials to deal with union representatives in situations in real time. Now, as the thing stands at the present time, we have no laws that would force public officials to recognize and bargain with unions. At the same time, we're fortunate as much we have no laws that prohibit this. We have much better case than some of the other states, and we have, in numerous occasions, not numerous occasions, but in several situations, succeeded in convincing subdivisions of government, primarily the cities, to recognize and negotiate agreements with unions. This is prohibited in some other states. AFP's in that same category. If you can convince a local school board to recognize and bargain with you, the present time under law, that can be done. But in the event you have a bad superintendent or a bad school board, regardless if you have 90% or 100% membership, you have no law that you can compel them to set up elections and recognize and bargain with you. I want to make sure everybody understands where we are on the legality of that situation. Now, in regards to the state superintendent of education, that position is important to all of us, regardless of whether we are members of the teaching professions or not. All of us are people in the public school system. And one of the things that I think the delegates have to consider here today centers around the fact on the possibility of election. We have to consider that, whether we want to or not. discussion on the amendment offered to strike Mr. Holliday. Any further discussion on that amendment? Not all in favor of the motion on the amendment to strike Mr. Holliday, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. Appears to me that the amendment passed. Mr. Holliday. Any question on that ruling? Amendment to strike Charles Holliday as the recommended candidate for Superintendent of Education has passed. All right, the report is amended still before the body. What is your pleasure? Ready for the vote? All in favor of the motion to adopt the amended report signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? No. I heard one no. The report and recommendation has been adopted almost by unanimous vote. Yes. Two noes. Two noes. Yeah, we'll take notes, it was two noes. Now, we'll hold just a minute. We're gonna ask the State Board of the State Upper Valley CRO to assemble outside and bring forward our distinguished Lieutenant Governor-elect, we hope, the nominee of the Democratic Party for Lieutenant Governor, Honorable Evelyn Gantry. They will escort the lady in, she'll be the next speaker. After she finishes, we'll stand in recess for lunch and be back. We want to ask you to be back here a little before 1:30, because we want the speaker to be here to give his address at 1:30. Right, then, Brother Knight, to bring the distinguished guest forward. Yes. No position in the state superintendent of education, as I understand it.
on your program many, many times in the past. It has been my privilege to work with you on many occasions and to know many of you personally. Many of you are my long-time personal friends, and I appreciate and cherish that friendship. It is a very special privilege for me to be here today to say thank you for the support and assistance which you gave me in the Democratic primary. I am deeply and humbly grateful. And I am particularly pleased to have the opportunity of coming here this morning to ask for and tell you how very much I will appreciate your continued support and assistance in the November general election. Now, you are very familiar with my record of public service, and I'm not going to relate it here to you this morning because you have reviewed it from time to time in the past, and you and I have made a lot of that record together. And I believe that that record is your evidence that I have been faithful to the public trust. This record is your evidence of my understanding the needs of Mississippians in every walk of life, and of my daily effort to work to help meet these needs. This record shows to you that I believe in honest, open government, that elected officials should be public servants, wholly committed to serving the public interest. As many of you know, mine has been a lifetime commitment to public service. I do not now have and will not have in the future any business or professional connection that could in any way conflict with the discharge of my public responsibility. I know from experience how to work with state officials and legislators to get the job done for the people of Mississippi. I will work for the operation of state government with efficiency and economy, with no tax increases at this time. As top priority needs, you have heard me across this state say that I will work constantly and diligently for increased job opportunities for our people, men and women in every one of the 82 counties in Mississippi, working hand in hand to strengthen our educational opportunities at every level, not only for our young people, but working to strengthen our programs of vocational and technical training for the young people and also for our adults who are unemployed and underemployed. You have heard me say from many platforms that I will give wholehearted cooperation to the governor and legislators elected by the people in all constructive programs to promote the ongoing progress of our state and improve the quality of life of our people. You've also heard me say that I will oppose with equal vigor any measure that I do not feel would be in the best interest of the people of Mississippi. I will work diligently, serving on the boards and commissions on which the Lieutenant Governor serves, and this is a most important responsibility of the Lieutenant Governor, serving as a member of the Agricultural and Industrial Board, the Building Commission, and the Budget Commission. And then there's something else I would like to do, if you'll
Mr. Chairman, I would like to I'd like to ask all AFL of Randolph members to stay in for a few moments immediately after we adjourn for lunch. Right. Immediately after lunch, if you just stay in the hall here for a few minutes.
And you want to talk to them a few minutes after lunch?
That's correct. Thank you. That's now. I mean, just remain in the hall.
If we recess, stay here, then you go let them go for lunch, I guess.
That's correct.
Okay, all right, Mother Dunn.
Mr. President, in all due regard to the candidate, I think it's a very excellent candidate for governor. I can't sit here any longer without saying a couple other things on my mind. I hope you forgive me. This probably I have a lot to learn. I just, even when we raise objections to certain things, I just would have felt better if some of the executive committee, I know you're the president, had responded. I think the president carries so much power until people just don't follow the president in conducting business. I think a lot of that took place this morning. And I don't know, as I say, maybe I got a lot to learn about labor and everything else. But I'm kind of disappointed. I don't really know if really a lot of these working people who say still think to the working mankind, they really know enough about working, know enough about the business that we're going on. It's not your fault. But then the other thing, to indulge the candidate 1 minute, 1/30 seconds of that minute, and then the other 30 seconds that candidate walks through the door. This is done for this time.
Let me interrupt you at this point, if I might. We'll have an opportunity this afternoon, on the good and welfare, to see what anything you want to say in this regard at this particular time.
I agree
So
with
if
that.
you would, if you've got anything like that on your mind, I would personally appreciate it if you could wait until this afternoon to bring that matter up.
Well, I'm glad you interrupted me where you did because
You will have
I just couldn't go through the rest
You will
of the
have
meeting.
that opportunity, this afternoon shortly.
I have said what I wanted to say, and I just couldn't wait until this afternoon to say it, so thank you.
Okay. Now, any other announcements? Brother Bruce?
Mr. President, I make a motion, we adjourn.
Well, we're gonna recess. We're not gonna adjourn, we're gonna recess. Brother Knight's got an announcement, then we're gonna recess for lunch.
Brother Shelton, the president of the North Delta Central Labor Council, has asked all of the delegates from his area of the state to meet him in room 387 for a few minutes at 1 o'clock.
1 o'clock. Any other announcements?
I've been told before, and of course I assumed that it was still good. It could be extended to 3 o'clock. Now, I've been told out of the desk that they have people standing in lines that have reservations for the night. And what they're asking you to do is people on the same floor as you can to check out, to move your luggage out into one room. I told them that we do our very best to cooperate with them on this. I'm sorry that I said what I did earlier without going back and double checking with them. But then if we didn't have that problem, we'd have 6 or 8 more. So I'd appreciate it if
a problem or a proposition you still want this convention to consider, we'll make sure that you have that opportunity before we adjourn the convention. After he's made his address, that will be the major part of this convention business. And depending upon the amount of time we take for further discussion, that's the time we get out of here depends on the amount of discussion we have after he leaves. Will the committee please escort our next speaker into the hall? Thinking he wasn't too sure he was supposed to sleep. That's what the discussion is about. I have advised Mr. Finch of the official action here this morning, and that the CDFL CRO has indicated by their action within his corner almost 100%, that we're looking forward to going to work to have election as governor of Mississippi on November the 4th. It's my pleasure at this time to present to you the next governor of Mississippi, the Honorable Cliff Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Ramsey, and all you distinguished ladies and gentlemen throughout the state of Mississippi, and any guests that we may have from other states. I'm honored to be with you. I'm very grateful for the endorsement. I assure you that I'll live up to your expectation. I'll be working day and night just as you've seen me operating in drag lines and cutting in Hollywood pulpwood, and I want you to know that's some of the hardest work I've done is cutting Hollywood pulpwood. But I'm going to be working just as hard to make you a governor that 4 years from now, that you can hold your head up with pride and dignity and say that I'm proud that I voted and supported Cliff Finch. It's going to take a lot of hard work. I'm going to need your advice and counsel from time to time. It's going to take a lot of hard work until now, to November 4th. But when I came, I didn't know that I was going to have the privilege of talking to my friend here today. So I don't know how long you're going to let me talk with you. And, you know, a politician, he just likes to take all afternoon, so you better take time with it on me, Claude. But, all right. That's a normal way of procedure, I found. There's a lot of things that we can do in Mississippi to help every Mississippian to have a better way of life. I feel, and when we started the campaign, and, you know, 4 years ago, the first item on our little brochure, I think we had $15,000 to campaign on 4 years ago, and the first item said, Cliff Finch, the working man's candidate. This time, we've gone out and we've worked for people that, in my opinion, and own opinion, have been forgotten for too long and too often in our state government, and as far as that concerned, in our national government. The working men and women of our state and our nation. You're the people that have made America great by the sweat of your brow. And you're the people that pay your hard-earned taxes to support our state and national and local government. And I think it's time that we have a strong voice in our affairs, not only in Mississippi, but in our nation. And the people that have been forgotten are the ones that I'm representing. And certainly I want to be fair to everybody like you do, the management and all the others. But they have so often a representation that you have not had. And I'm going to be representing the people in every walk of life to make sure that every Mississippian in our state can have a better living, a better livelihood, more money, and more jobs for every Mississippian. And we can do this. You know, I always hate to hear cussing. You know, people say, well, you know, this is what's been done in the past. We can't do any better now. But my friends, you wouldn't be here today if you hadn't thought that there's a better way of life for you. And I'd like to hear a man that will get up and say, I know we can do something. And all we got to do is start doing something, and amazingly, with somebody with the same attitude as the official that you have representing you and you yourself, they're always saying, we're going to do something and we can get something done. And this is what I want to assure you, that I will be working with you, and I want your advice and your counsel. And I need your help, not only during this election time, but I'm going to need your support and help for 4 years. We're going
nurture from within our state and so the people in our state can have a better way of life. And as I told from the very beginning, when we go out to seek industry to come into our state, blue chip industry, we're going to take with us the working men and women like you. Not only just the bankers and the industrialists, but we want to take sometimes and every time when I go, I'm going to take with me the working men and women. Because you know what it's like to get out and work by the sweat of your brow. I feel it's time that we had a good working relation with everybody. And with your help and the Lord's help, we're going to win this election. We're going to have to work hard. And I cannot say how much I feel in my heart, how grateful I am for this endorsement by you today. But we can't just sit down and say we got it made because they're working. They're working, they're lining up the street captains, they're lining up block captains, they right on down to the lane. And I want to encourage you, not only you to get out and help, but all your friends and neighbors, because you're the ones that have brought Finch this far. There's been 2 up and 2 down. Let's make it 3 up and 3 down. Thank you, and I appreciate you letting me say a few words today. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Finch. Mark, he was feel very strong about the situation. I want to assure you here today that this endorsement means several things. First, it means that we feel that you are the man to occupy the governor's office. It means something else. It means that this organized labor movement in the state of Mississippi now is ready. We've been given the high sign, the license to go out and do what we know we have to do to help our candidates for election. We want to assure you here today before you leave that we don't take this endorsement lightly, that we intend to follow through, and we intend to help put you in that governor's office on November 4th. Now, before you leave, we got another little matter we want to take care of. You know, I've been talking to a few people. We got an organization in Mississippi known as the Operating Engineers. Organization that represents the heavy equipment operators. And after conferring with the officials of this local union, they have agreed that it would be most appropriate at this convention to provide you with the necessary credentials to operate that bulldozer. When you drive it into the state capitol building down there, that you will be properly authorized and have the necessary credentials and what have you. This time, I'm going to ask the Secretary of Operating Engineers Local number 624 here in Jackson, Brother Marbury, if he please come forward and present you with those necessary credentials. Brother Marbury.
Thank you, and I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for this, and I accept it with pride and honor. I've worked before, as you probably can see, I may not be a blue-top man with that bulldozer, but I'm the next thing to it. I want you to know with this, and with your help, we're going to make it blue-top. Thank you.
Let you please be in order. I was approached just before we recessed the lunch by one of the delegates about the action taken this morning. He was of the impression that the action this morning regards to the state superintendent's education wasn't what some people thought it should have been. And we wanted to know what the possibilities were of getting that matter back on the floor the other day. And I explained to him that we were still in a business session and that I'd afford him an opportunity to get the matter back on before he so desired. And for his benefit and benefit of him and the other delegates present, let me say this to you. The report was amended, unadopted unanimous vote. Now, in order to get the matter back on the floor, this is the ruling of the chair. And in my opinion, it would be necessary for somebody that voted in the affirmative for the motion to get it back on the floor with a motion to reconsider. That simply gets it back on the floor for reconsideration. So if we have anyone present that voted for the resolution that feels that this matter ought to be brought back to the floor for further action, then I'm going to afford you an opportunity to offer that motion at this time. All right, apparently we do not have any such. Yes, sir. William?
My name is Eddie Williams. I'm president of the Woodwork of Local 5 United States. I was talking with the president of this organization. He said after talking with some of the other delegates, he's not sure if you wanted to, but I think you want to talk. You have something to say.
Well, I thought I didn't mention your name, that you were the person that raised the question with me, and since you talked to him now, give it some thought, as you can see. In order to get this whole matter back on the floor, we'll have to go through the procedure. The report was amended, was adopted. Now it'll take a motion to reconsider to get it back on the floor for any further discussion, debate, amendment, what have you. So I've already explained that to you. Now there will be an opportunity to get a few minutes for under good and welfare. If anybody's got the thing on their mind like this, they'll have that opportunity, Eddie. But I thought I ought to explain to you the procedure to get the matter back on the floor.
Yeah, we in good shape.
Okay, thank you a lot. All right, apparently everybody's satisfied. We now come down to close to the end of this very important convention. I'd like to express my appreciation to all of you for the attendance and the cooperation that we received throughout this convention here today. Some of you might think that we've had some problems, but I don't consider them to be major problems. Certainly we've had some differences. The main thing I think is that we're pretty solid, united in a common purpose here today. Now, Brother Knight's going to be speaking to you in a few minutes. We're going to ask him to wrap this convention up, try to send you on your way, and hopefully inspire you to go out and do the best job possible before November 4th. But I want to remind everybody present, as I attempted to do this morning, in just a half a minute, that much more is at stake in this governor's election than a lot of people seem to think. We placed on their desk this morning a reproduction of Times-Picayune story that said in effect that the National Republican Governors Conference, the National Republican Committee, and the complete hierarchy of the Republican Party were behind Gil Carmichael 100%. Gil Carmichael is going to have money running out of his ears. He does a very good job on the tube. Make no mistake about that. I don't think that Finch is going to win this election without a lot of hard work. That's the way I personally feel about it, you know. But one of our major concerns here in the state, and as far as the state FMLCO is concerned, is not just who occupies that governor's office for the next 4 years. But one of our major concerns in bringing these recommendations to you here today centers around the fact that we are very concerned, very upset and disturbed over the fact of this nation of ours. All of this has been brought about by the actions of a man by the name of Richard Nixon, as President of the United States. Now we have a man that took over the White House that was appointed by Richard Nixon. He never has been elected by the President of this country. In effect, he's a carbon copy of Richard Nixon himself. It is continuing the policies set out by Richard Nixon. This nation is in real trouble today, is what I'm trying to tell you. And that thing is right on this election. I'm telling you here today that this would be a preside it over. I think you've done an excellent job. I think we have a good candidate. We have an awful lot of hard work ahead of us here today. So, Brother Knight, do you want to speak now, or you want to wait and see if we got anybody out there? All right, Brother Knight wants to wait till last. The floor now is open for discussion. Chair recognizes Mr. W.O. Stanley.
W.O. Stanley, State Director of the Communications Workers. Claude, I agree with everything you said, and I'd like to point out some things which I think are significant about this election that's coming up. Historically in Mississippi, we have elected a governor in a primary. For the first time ever in the history of this state, the governor of Mississippi is not going to be elected until November the 4th in the general election. And there's a lot of ramifications tied in with this. Now, I listened to the delegates this morning as you debated some issues here. Democracy was working. Open, free discussion, but there was some differences of opinion. That's going to be the case when you leave here, but we need to mend those as best we can. This is not necessarily a personality race between Cliff Finch and Gil Carmichael. You can rest assured that the Republican Party in this state are well organized. We believe in a two-party system, but Mississippi is not yet ready for an active, viable two-party system because the legislature hasn't done its homework. We do not have party registration yet. You can do that. Back home, with those people that are running for the legislature, those people that are running for the House of Representatives and for the Senate, between now and November the 4th, you can talk to them about how important it is in 1976 for them to change our voter laws so that we will have party registration. We've got to keep the Republicans from coming into the Democratic primaries and helping make Democratic decisions. And we Democrats have got to stay out of the Republican primaries. And party registration is the only way that'll stop that. You can still go in a general election and vote for the man if you want to. But there's much more down the road as I see it in the picture. You've got sitting over in Meridian a congressman, Sonny Montgomery, who's more Republican than Goldwater and Reagan put together. His voting record is there. He's a military-industrial complex man. The military-industrial complex in this country is looking for another young senator to put into the United States Senate. Sonny Montgomery's got a purple passion to be the United States Senator from Mississippi. He's on the verge of flipping over to his true party, the Republican Party. He and Gerald Ford are the closest of friends. He's all involved in this Carmichael campaign, the Republican campaign, have you? He wants to be appointed by a Republican governor to the United States Senate in the event that Eastland or Stennis die or default. On top of that, you haven't thought about this maybe, but in all of the counties of this state except for 4, the 1976 legislature or the next legislature hasn't been elected and will not be elected until November of 1976. If a Republican is elected governor of this state in November of 75, it'll be a shot of adrenaline into the Republican Party in this state. They'll have a well-greased, functioning, victorious organization that'll go to work in 1976 to handpick a Republican candidate for the legislature from your county, from your district, which may cross county lines, because the federal court has not yet said that county lines are sacred. And many of the people that are going to be sitting in the legislature in January 1976 won't be there in January 1977 if the Republican Party has a victory so that they can meddle in your affairs in 1976. There's a lot of ramifications to this election rather than a personality difference between Gil Carmichael and a personality difference between Evelyn Gandy and Patrick, or a personality difference between Ed Pittman and a Grayson Jackson. And believe you me, they have got a Republican candidate for every office in this state. I'd urge you to let's unify, go out of here, and elect Democrats until we get our house in order so we can have a true two-party system in this state. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Bob Fly from 303 Rubber Workers over in Natchez, Mississippi. Gentlemen, I've been coming to these rubber worker meetings in State FL. I was way back before Claude was ever heard of in this state when we could meet in one room with 12 people. Never have I seen them come so far in 1 year as we have now. We have got to the position that we're going to endorse somebody whether it's popular or not. We can no longer afford to say we might make somebody mad if we endorse somebody. We've got to endorse somebody. There have been people endorsed that I didn't approve of it, I went out and worked for. Another thing that I've got a good friend that's running over in Franklin County by the name of Hollinger, who run and beat a man who had the most worst record in this legislation. I've heard nobody say anything about the governor and the lieutenant governor. But if I've heard it said many, many times, you give me a good house, I don't care who's the governor, but I still want a Democrat governor. Don't get me wrong. So when we go back home, we got some runoffs and House seats and Senate seats that we need to really start to work on. We don't have the problem in Adams County that they do over in other counties. We go in and we tell them that we want a contract with the sanitation workers, and I have one of them here. We don't have any kind of job in Natchez or city or anything else that's not organized. So if you get organized, you're going to have a lot more friends than you think you have. But if you pussyfoot around and say, I don't know what I'm going to do, or ask the question what he stand for, if Mr. Finch thinks he's going to get elected with this endorsement today, he's not. He's going to have to make up his mind he's going to run on issues, because Mr. Carmichael's going to make him do it, and if he don't come out with some issues, he's going to get beat in November unless we make him come out with some issues. What do you mean by issues? We've been talking about years. What do we think about a Department of Labor? What do we think about workman's comp, unemployment? I haven't heard one speech on television mention any of these things yet. Mr. Carmichael is going to, if you think that you can't be brainwashed with a tube as you're talking about, you're going to be brainwashed. Because Richard Nixon carried the state of Mississippi, the white people in the state of Mississippi thought he was going to come in riding a great big white horse and do away with segregation, integration, and everything else. Those days are gone, gentlemen. It's here. What we want to talk about, and the most brilliant speech I've heard made, we heard a black man said here, he'd been told black, and I got three in my comment with me today. They don't want to talk about black is beautiful. We want to talk about the long green, and that's what we're here for. The money issues, and that's all I want to talk about. If you talk about the money issues, we get to Washington with the Republican Party, we start talking about we can't spend money for public education. We're going to veto a bill. It's got to be overridden if we get it. So we are talking about bread and butter issues, and this is what I want to get into the politics in Mississippi. All of these other issues are beautiful, beautiful. But the people, I got 100 people laid off. They trying to live on $60 a week. You tried it lately? You ain't laid off, I hope. We're fortunate enough that we make it up and we pay them 80% while they're off, but everybody else in my area is not. These are the issues we want to. If we ever endorse anybody, as we've done in the past month or so, I think that we can go to Jackson with a lobbying group and tell these people what we want. If we don't take a stand, we can't tell anybody what we want. And I think we ought to go home and start working on some of our House of Representatives and Senate posts. Gentlemen, I hope we go home united. It's going to be unpopular for some of us not going to agree, but we've got to get our house in order. We've got it closer than we've ever been. If we can prove it this year, we're going to be in real, real good shape, gentlemen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to refresh our memory just a little bit back to June the 7th, in which this organization went on record as saying, in effect, that three of the candidates for governor would be acceptable and that we could live with. Now, under the conditions that prevailed at that time, that was about the only position that could be taken. I was not on the interviewing committee, but I'm sure that they brought it to the Coke committee and to the convention just as it was. There was practically no difference. But I could see then, and it has served
Governor William Winter is off the campaign trail and back behind his desk, but his thoughts still return to a crushing loss in the Democratic gubernatorial runoff. Winter said Friday he still has a few mental bruises after the August 26th primary and his defeat by Finch working man campaign. But Winter said, listen to this now, Winter said he isn't bitter and will vote for Finch, although he had indicated in the heat of the campaign he might not back Finch, the faithful attorney against Republican Gil Carmichael. Skipping a paragraph or two and coming on over to and just two more short paragraphs, quoting Mr. Winter. I told Mr. Finch and Mr. Carmichael that having participated in the Democratic primaries, I have an obligation to cast my vote for the nominee of the party. I will not take an active part in the race. The people have spoken, and I'm going to vote for the nominees of the party, including Mr. Finch. Can we do less? Thank you.
Anybody else? Do I recognize Ms. Nelson?
I know nothing to add to it. We have seen, we've got it, today that, when you're up to the NBA, our school teacher, I never saw, and that is exercising the right to freedom of speech and really letting it all hang out, in other words. Well, I'm the type of person that if I feel that there's something underneath the table that ought to come out, you're going to know where I stand and how I feel. First of all, I would like to say that the American Federation of Teachers is also part of the AFL-CIO and very, very proud of it. And in our Constitution, it says that we pay fees and we are affiliated with our local players, CLU, or either on a statewide basis. So there's a lot of things I feel, in fact I know, I hear that's going on that teachers were invited to this organization or to this convention. Well, we were in a way invited, but we're also part of it. And I'm very, very happy over that. Now that's out of the way. One more thing. I also heard that teachers are more concerned with themselves. They're all wrapped up, mainly in education. Well, it may seem that way, and probably this year we let you see that we are maybe be doing that, but we're not really. We're concerned for all of the lessons, struggling too. And even though I guess we're more for education right now because that is one state office where it is restricted for education. And that was one reason that we spoke out so heavily for the state superintendent's office. Now, I hope that's cleared up and out of the way, because the American Federation of Teachers will be involved in all of that. We're concerned for all of it. And on behalf of myself, this is one thing I will not do, because in the other organizations, the superintendent will stand up. All my teachers
Chairman, I would just like to make an announcement, if I may, please. I'm Charlie Horn. I'm first vice chairman of the A. Fuller Randolph Institute in the state of Mississippi. We are affiliated with the AFL-CIO, which is, we are an arm of the AFL-CIO. Most of you know what the A. Fuller Randolph is because we've been around long enough, I think, for everybody to be acquainted with it. But for the ones that do not know, we'd like to touch briefly that we have been primarily involved in educating the black people within the trade union movement as to what their responsibilities are to the trade union movement, as well as what the responsibility of the trade union movement is to them. We've urged participation within the local union. Also, we have been involved in the political activity within the black community. And I may add that we are promoting participation without separation. Somebody mentioned a while ago that we was talking about money, race is not an issue. We want to stress that very much, that race is not an issue with us. We are promoting, as I already said, participation without separation. But we feel that, even in my experience here today, that I find a lot of blacks who have not, this is their first opportunity of probably attending the conference, and we feel like that we should even urge more participation. What I want to announce, Mr. Chairman, is that the State A. Fuller Randolph Institute will hold its annual conference October the 25th, and we are urging that each local union would send delegates just as you did in 1972 and 73, and we'll hope that we have a successful conference, and we'll be looking forward to each local union sending delegates. You will be sent out a notice asking you to send delegates, and so you will be hearing from our organization. In the meantime, I would like to apologize for Brother Woodson, who got ill this morning and had to leave, and he had to go to the doctor, and so he asked me to stress that to the delegate. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. Okay, this time the chair is going to recognize our distinguished Secretary of Treasury, Brother Thomas Pratt, for a few words. Brother Matt.
Mr. President, delegates, and guests, first of all, before I make my remarks, I feel like I have to refer to a situation which does deal with Finch. My friend, Vice President Orr, informed me earlier today about a radio program that we heard, or an announcement on the radio, and some of you may have heard it, about my appearance Monday night on a radio talk show here in town. And evidently on the same announcement, they're talking about the appearance of certain characters representing certain sex organizations. I don't know just what all. Now, last Thursday, the telephone rang here in this building, and I was told that I was going on the telephone. Well, it was a guy by the name of Norton, Chuck Norton, WRBC. He introduced himself to me and said that he would like to have me on his talk show Thursday night. I said, to talk about what? He said, about union, organized labor in Mississippi. I said, well, Chuck, I'd be happy to, because we're involved in giving you some meetings out here, and I'll be unable to attend. He said, how about Monday night? I said, okay, as far as I know, I can do that. So he didn't, at that time, advise me that this, he said, we will be advertising your appearance Monday night, but he didn't tell me it was going to be done in connection, and it's not all together clear to me at this time whether or not this bunch of oddballs that supposed to appear are going to appear on the same night or not. But I can advise you of one thing, and I hope they will play the tape of what I'm going to tell him on the telephone. I really do, because I'm going to advise him in some rather plain language that I will not appear 15 years. Having, I think, worked with all of us across this state. And I think I'm familiar with the rules and regulations handed down by the American Federation of Labor Congress of Industrial Organizations, and with our Constitution and bylaws, which are in strict compliance with the national organization. I would just like to call to your attention as humbly as I can for just a minute the fact that the president of every international union within the AFL-CIO, yes, the president of every union represented here and all of us, it makes up the general executive board, makes the rules by which we operate, including the AFL-CIO Committee on Political Education, the Committee on Political Education of every state organization in all 50 states, and all 777 Central Labor Council affiliated with the AFL-CIO. It's been said here today that the state organization was in the palm of William Winter's hand. Well, this is not true. Your Secretary of Treasury voted for Maurice Jackson in the first primary. I voted for Cliff Finch in the runoff. So I want it crystal clear right now to be understood that William Winter did not have the state AFL-CIO in the palm of his hand, or nobody else. It's also been innovated here today that some high-handed tactics were used by this organization, particularly by President Ramsey. And I hate to say it, but this is not true. The rules and regulations, again, let me emphasize, I'll lay it down. The procedure beginning at the top is laid down in very clear. It has been followed from A to Z. Every single decision that has been made on the basis, bear in mind, under the provisions of our rules and regulations, on the basis of the facts and not personality, and not whose cousins-in-law or husbands-in-law or whatever has you may be. Yes, we have a right to a difference of opinion. But my friends, I simply say this, is that we are operating under the Constitution of this organization. And the delegates from the affiliated local unions in this state, in convention, have approved these rules and regulations and the Constitution by which we operate. And Paul Ramsey and Tom Knight and the executive board has really nothing to do with it. Now, my friends, a decision has been made. You've spoken. The things that I would have liked to have said have already been said, and I'm glad. President Ramsey and others have paid respect to Richard Milhouse Nixon. They haven't really called him what he really is, but unless we take it up on ourselves to stand up and tell the membership what the plain, cold, bare facts of life are, and unless we exert every ounce of energy and strain every muscle in our body and go to work, my friends, and support the decision made here, then we are saying to ourselves, to the people that we represent, and to this state and to this nation, that we're just going to sit back, idly by, and we will T-model forward for another 4 years. And we're inviting more problems into it I can cope with. I can tell you one thing for sure, that the officers of this organization are going to continue. It might not be popular on this, but the officers of this organization are going to continue to abide by the Constitution. My friends, that Constitution is subject to change under the rules thereof in convention. If you decide that you want that Constitution changed, then that's up to you. We're going to continue to do everything that we know how to do. Everything that we're big enough to do. With your help. Ron Ramsey and Tom Knight, the vice presidents, the executive board, are not going to do a cotton-picking thing by themselves. Not one cotton-picking thing. But with your help and your cooperation, we're going to support the decision of this convention. And we're not going to hide behind anything or anybody that's doing it. I personally thank you for your assistance over the years, for your cooperation. And I know that when you leave this room today, that you'll have your mind made up, that you are going out there in the tradition of the trade union movement of Mississippi and do the job that you're capable of doing. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Brother Knight, for your timely words. Well said. Everybody present here this afternoon understands the importance of the decision that we arrived at, so I think everybody fully understands the importance now of going back to work and implementing those decisions. I think we've had a very good convention. I'm well pleased with the way things come out, the way the delegates conducted themselves. While it's true we had some differences of opinion here this morning in our discussions, I'd remind everybody present that this is a democratic organization. This is the place to get up and have your say. If you don't like the way things are being done, then that's the way to change, just like we did here today. It is now almost 2:30. Unless some delegate's got something he's got to say, a speech he's got to make, then I'm just about to declare this convention adjourned sine die. Do we have anyone that's got to make that speech? Not this convention will now stand adjourned sine die. God bless all of you. Best of luck.
Testing 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, testing. Testing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, testing.
So it's raining, I don't know if we're gonna get time to cut the grass or not.
Will the meeting please come to order? I think everybody's finished eating and ready to go. I want to make a request of all of you here this afternoon. We have a lot to do, and we don't need a lot of unnecessary discussion or interruptions. Tried to listen at the tape of the last meeting, and it's a little hard to decipher what goes on with so many people trying to talk. So what I'm actually saying is that, of course, of the meeting, I'd appreciate it if you would help me maintain some order. raise your hand for proper recognition. When somebody gets through, you will be given the floor eventually. But please cooperate a little bit. We've got a lot to do, and we don't spend the whole afternoon here unless absolutely necessary. You should have a rough sketch of the proposed agenda here this afternoon. Some of you might have some items you'd like to add to that agenda. So I suggest if you do have something that you make a note, and when we get through with the matters on this agenda, then we'll take those up that you feel we've overlooked. The first thing that I'd like to do is to go over the committee assignments for the convention. We have held those committees down deliberately because we felt that some of you might have someone you'd like to recommend to serve on a committee. That's the reason for that. So I'd like for you to, the audit committee, the rules committee, elections committee, of course, is dependent upon whether any of those individuals are candidates for office or not, but I went ahead and named one.
No, they're not listed on their column.
They're not listed on there? All right, okay. Registration and credentials, I think that's pretty well set unless you got somebody you feel ought to be on there. The ones that we're talking about primarily now, Constitution, bylaws, resolutions, education, COPE, and legislative. We'll pause for a minute and let you look them over. And if you've got a person you'd like to put on one of those committees, we can add them to the list before the whole thing's approved here by the board. Give you a...
On the resolution thing, I know,
Yeah.
by looking at some of these resolutions, is either one of these people on here a member of the Office Workers Union that represents?
No, but you
Well,
ought to
down
be familiar with it enough to speak to it.
Huh?
No?
Yeah, I'd like to get one of those girls on the committee.
I never could find out who was going to be their person.
Marilyn Ray
Well,
and Joanne.
My secretary, and your secretaries, and the carpenter secretaries.
They're telling me they're going to have one delegate and the rest of them going to be guests. Now, who is the delegate? We'll put one of them on there.
Marilyn, we've got her on registration though.
But there you go. She's on restoration.
Well, we can take her off registration. We may
No,
not
leave
want
her on that, we'll put her on both of them in case we need to speak on it.
Yeah, she can
Want
be
her
asked to
to
speak
work.
on it.
You want Marilyn Ray on resolutions? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, she's got one trying to make me unpopular, some bills.
Marilyn Ray on resolution.
Mr. Chairman.
Anybody else? Yeah, Brother Wilson.
I notice, it may be more than one, but I notice in one instance you have one person assigned to two committees.
Yeah, we didn't discover that. We had it typed up. We might
I
need to
would like
replace
to-
somebody.
I would like to recommend that it's accepted a name to replace that duplication on the resolution committee.
Resolutions.
Yeah, you got Jerutha Stowers.
Got her on
also.
twice.
Yeah,
Right.
right, you got her on the audit committee.
That's Cecil Shelton on rules and registration too.
We got two of those, one to Cecil and that one. We discovered this after it was typed up. So
Strike Stowers on
you want to strike Stowers from resolutions and add who?
I would like to recommend Lucille Hughes.
Lucille,
Yeah,
Hughes.
right.
All right. Okay. Yes.
Yes. I would like to see Larry Bridges from the rubber ordinance put in somewhere to give him something to do, maybe to make it more interesting for him.
Larry Bridges.
Yeah, the rubber ordinance.
Brother D is, let me say this.
There may be
in that
some
regard.
reason we can't.
He's, and I don't have no objections, but he called me, Friday, I believe, by phone and said that it would be Tuesday morning
before he got here, and he would leave Tuesday afternoon. They've got financial problems, and he explained the situation. I don't know if he could be here Tuesday, and he said that's the only time he could be in attendance at the convention.
Okay, that eliminates that then.
Brother Grantham?
I've got a good man with me. I'd like to see him on one of the committees.
Tom Wilson?
Tom Wilson.
You know, we checked credentials. The problem here is his credentials. Some of them don't get him in on time.
Put him on resolutions, if he's a good man, we can use him.
Tom Wilson, you want him on resolutions?
Well, we'd like a lot of help Joe Davis and I do, we're kinda lazy.
Y'all got him on resolutions too.
You got a bunch of them. Tom Wilson. We'd have put Tom on him,
He
but
didn't get his credentials
I
in
know.
in time.
That's the reason he's not on one. Now, of course,
That's what I figured, but I wanted to bring his name up.
what we've attempted to do here is to try to set these committees up as representatives we can as far as race and sex. We've tried to mix them up as much as we can. Of course, we have a problem, Tom and I do, identifying a lot of these people. That's the reason we left some room on there for suggestions from you folks. Yeah, Brother Dempsey?
I'd like to see Mary and Chin put on the Education and Code Legislative Committee.
Mayor and Chin. That's M-A-R-I-O-N.
O-N S-H-I-N-N.
All right.
How's it last name?
S-H-I-N-N, Marion Shin. All right, anybody else got a, Brother Taylor?
Question. I believe I got it secondhand that you had requested I'll come up with a memorial resolution on behalf of Brother W.G. Sim. Should that emanate from the committee or the executive board? I have it ready.
It could be done either way.
Either one, that's the reason I was asking. Whatever you say.
You're on the resolutions committee. Why don't you bring it out, present it to the resolutions committee? I believe that's
It's not
probably
controversial. So.
Right. But that would be a good way to do it. You're on the committee, bring it, present it to the committee, let the committee bring it out. Okay, do we have any other suggested committee assignments? Okay, Brother Davis.
What about, Red Grimes?
Red Grimes, where you want to put Red?
I don't care.
He's a good man.
Constitution bylaws.
We'll take him on
Constitution
Huh?
bylaws. I don't know that he'll be here.
Now, we might ought to go over
What's
these
his name?
resolutions. Now, let me
Red
tell you,
What about Constitution bylaws?
well, let me pause here for a minute to tell you something. We have got a total of 16 resolutions. We've had some late arrivals. The Constitution Bylaws Committee will only have one resolution to deal with, and you might want to bring one out on your own. I understand that you've had some discussions about another situation, but that's your business. But the committees that's going to really be busy, and you might have to break up into a couple of subcommittees to deal with all this. There's going to be resolutions, education, code, and legislative. See, maybe I ought to kind of go over that with you, and then you might want to add a few more to some of these committees, keeping in mind you break them down in two parts, maybe. You see. All of you have got most of the resolutions. There's been one or two late arrivals that I don't know if they got. Which ones do they don't have, Kellen?
They don't, well, they got the
Kinda
last
give
one,
me
they've
the
got to
14.
vote on this number, is Memorial W.O. Stanley, but then we got 15, 16, but they don't, that's
Come
somebody
in from somewhere
else. Yeah,
else.
they don't have to talk.
Okay, let me go over this with you. I've assigned resolution number 1, that's a constitution change, the Constitution Committee. Those of you, the chairman committees, need to write this down. Resolutions Committee will have resolutions number 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14, 15, and 16. Education COPE Committee will have resolutions number 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, and 11. Now, the committee that's really got a load is, of course, the resolutions committee. So, you know, now that you know that, maybe let's see, resolutions chaired by Russell Kelly. Joe Davis, the vice chairman. He's probably going to have to handle this thing if you have to leave for the coast. See, now we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11. We struck Jerutha Stowers. I got Mel and Ray.
Did y'all put Red Grimes on there? I only got 11.
Where you want Red
Got
at?
12 and got Red.
Where you want Red at?
Marilyn Ray, Tom Wilson, Lucille Hughes.
I put Red Grimes up on the constitutions and bylaws. I thought that's.
I
what
thought
it
you
said.
said put Maryland,
Oh,
Marilyn Ray.
On the
I put him
resolution.
on there. They're the one that's agitated this
Resolution.
problem.
Red Grimes.
She's gonna serve on both of them. I want her to work staff.
Put
Red
Grimes on
dog.
resolution.
What's his name, Carolyn? C.R.
C.
CR. GR. CR.
Russell, what's Grimes' initials?
CF, isn't it?
Put red on that.
They don't
I
nobody
put
know.
red.
Everybody knows red.
No, it's CF Grimes, isn't it?
I
I
said
think that's
CE,
right.
so you may be wrong.
I think it's
Which committee you putting him on?
Resolution. I thought they said
You're going to have to split it in two,
constitution.
probably.
They did.
Yeah, you bet.
I'm writing him on.
All right, now let's see if we've,
Sent out registration, gotta have, they got a lot to do too.
if we've got, everybody got the changes now. We've, added Marilyn Ray. We struck Jerutha Stowers off a resolution and added Lucille Hughes. We've added Tom Wilson and Red Grimes to that committee. Have all of you got those changes? Huh? Red Grimes?
Resolution.
Resolutions, you'd add Red Grimes. On education, Hope Legislative, we've added Mayor and Shin, and that's all. The rest of them remains the same.
Who?
Marion Shin, added to the Education Cope Legislative Committee, chaired by Curtis Orman.
13.
Huh?
Sound like Oriental.
That's what I'm talking about.
Any other suggested changes? Any other suggested changes? All right, can we get a motion to approve the committees as
Hey,
amended?
one other thing, on the Sergeant of Arms, you got a guy by the name of Shelby Smith on there.
Yeah,
Now, he's gonna be driving in and out every day.
Eddie? All right, give us somebody to replace him then, if he's not gonna be here.
Oh, I don't want to have no credit for him, Sergeant of Arms. Now, he might, I'll leave him on there, that's doing good, keep him out.
Give me a good-looking female there.
Huh?
What about,
Put Dan Ori on there?
got one to be here in the morning then?
What about,
You be wasting your time, Dan ain't much help.
what about?
Wayne Elmore, about 903 would be a gooder.
I saw him.
Wayne
What about
Elmore.
Jim?
You don't suggest nobody, but that's the roughest job.
Wayne Elmore. Where's Jim?
Who do I tell you that?
Watch him over here shaking
What do
his
you
head.
think I wanna tie him up for?
I was trying to help you, Jim. I was trying to say you was the working part of that team.
What'd you say, President?
Flanders, Brother Flanders, Conceal,
For what?
Sergeant of Arms anywhere.
Flanders? Well, should I strike Shelby Smith, Kelly, and put somebody else there?
Yeah.
All right, what's his name, again?
Alan Flanders.
Alan Flanders?
I was just trying to give somebody for the first time here something to do.
Okay, well, that's good.
He's still, he's president.
All right, are we set now?
I move the adoption of this.
All right, we have a motion
I
that
second
the
the
committee assignment must be approved as amended. We've added Alan Flanders and Wayne Elmore on as Sergeant at Arms and struck Shelby Smith. All right, the motion is to approve the committees as amended. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. The next item is to review the convention agenda. Yeah.
As I say, is one thing. Those of you in here on the board, if you run into one of these people that are listed as Sergeant at Arms, tell them to please go to the registration table. We have armbands, so make sure they all understand this. All of these Sergeant at Arms nominees, they'll be, you know, the bands will be put on them and a muzzle and everything at the registration table.
Tom, I would like,
one of them but me.
Tom, I would like for you to call Carol Turner immediately after we recess and tell him that I led a fight to add him on as a sergeant of arms.
Russell, I don't want to be knocked in the head by Carol Turner yet.
All right, let's go through the agenda. As all of you know, we're gonna have to get this convention organized as rapidly as we can. If we decide to bring up the recommendation of the executive committee on the senatorial thing, especially if we handle that, it's going to be very necessary that we get the convention organized. Brother Jackson, that we get a partial report of the credentials committee. And then as soon as that's out of the way, Brother Woodson, we get the rules presented, get the rules adopted, you know, pretty well on schedule. Of course, we got Jay Clayman as the first speaker. You know, we could perhaps delay that report, but I think this is a place to get it in there. If, Brother Jackson, it looks like we need another report, a partial committee report on credentials before we get to the item of business there, we can kind of evaluate, play it by ear. Okay? But it's going to be very important that we get the delegates properly seated and the rules adopted before we get into that order of business. Now, at 3 o'clock on Monday, where you see Jim Parker listed as a speaker, Jim has wrote me a letter. He sent me word he's sorry, but he won't be able to be with us. So we've agreed, after conferring with Brother Jackson, that would be possible to move Jack Shankman up to 3 o'clock, replace him. Now, if W.J. Smith or the Regional Director McKinney, one of the other of them is here, we'll probably provide a few minutes on that program for them to talk about the Macomb situation a little bit, following Jack Shankman. You know, now the 4th Congressional District has requested an opportunity to have a caucus of the delegates from the 4th District immediately after adjournment on Monday. And we'll have to add that to your agenda. You don't show that, but I would say that should come about 4 o'clock. If we're lucky, we ought to be free to adjourn with the committees to meet, and then for the 4th District to have that caucus. So make a note on there, 4th District caucus around 4 p.m.
Claude, just let me
Yeah.
interrupt you here. It's probably gonna be necessary for the amalgamated clothing and textile workers to caucus just after the Monday session too.
You won't have anybody involved in that fourth district
I don't
anyhow,
think
will
so,
you?
no.
You want us to provide a place for you to caucus?
Yeah, well, we can just use one corner of the convention hall unless you got a separate place somewhere.
What have we got here on
We got,
rooms?
we got, I started saying parlors, they're not parlors, we got gallery A, C, and D reserved, in the morning through the convention, throughout.
Now, one of these
If
would be
we
big
can't
enough
get
for our
everybody-
It's big enough?
Yeah.
Together this afternoon, we'll probably be meeting tomorrow afternoon.
Some of my people won't get here on Monday is my
Exactly.
problem. I can't caucus till they're all here.
Well, I tell you what, we'll,
Well, that's gonna be my holdup.
you've got,
Some won't come in till Monday morning.
we've got several of these rooms about this size, Brother Knight says, about
This
three
would
of
be
them.
enough to hold
If
up.
one of these rooms is big enough for your caucus,
Sure.
that's what they'll be for.
Right,
We could probably let the fourth district use the convention hall.
that'd be fine.
In one corner of it, and then those of you that need to caucus, how many caucuses are we gonna have here outside ACWA? Boilermakers, rubber workers, IBEW? We're talking about four caucuses?
I believe Columbus CLU is supposed to caucus too, Monday evening.
For that matter, we can have two different things in the convention hall, one in one corner and one in another, for that matter.
Well, I guess about the best way to do that's on the conventional floor. See how many we got, go through the motions of deciding at that point who's gonna meet where and make the announcement. I don't guess we can predetermine that.
No,
No.
Well, I'd like to do mine at the close of the convention Monday, because once the people scatters, my folks is hard to round back up and get in a huddle.
All that, well, we don't have that problem. All ours go
You
straight to
just
the
got a
river.
lot of
There
them
you
too.
go.
You just got a heap of them.
Well, some of mine do that too, Joe, but then they don't come back out, see?
That's the problem, huh?
Just tell it like it is, Barry.
Well, we're gonna have a lot of luck to get this convention over with by noon Wednesday. Let's just everybody hope that everything works out pretty good. Now, the lot is gonna depend, of course, on whether or not we have a runoff election. If the, if the officers and the board members are elected without the necessity of a runoff, we'll be in fairly good shape. But if we have a runoff election, then that means we're gonna have to have another election and run through it as fast as we can. Just keep this in mind when you start deciding what you're gonna do in this election, that you might run us into a runoff. Okay.
In other words, you don't need an opponent.
Well, I don't know, it depends.
That's a simple way to put it.
Depends on how many we're gonna have.
Well, if these guys that's running and put out enough money, they might win the first primary.
Yeah. Now, do we have any questions for anybody on the board about the agenda?
Claude, we might mention, in connection with the Tuesday afternoon,
Yeah.
right after adjournment of first congressional district, right, Joseph?
Right.
First congressional district.
Right after adjournment, first congressional district.
That's on Tuesday?
Right.
Right.
Election committee will be holding counting ballots.
Got a caucus on that second Tuesday.
No. Who's on the?
No caucus.
Don't look like it.
Wait
Oh,
to see who ain't
yeah, I'd
voting.
love to caucus with him. I'd love to caucus bowling if I could get a hold of him. Claude, I'm on. Can't get a hold of him, he won't meet with us now.
He knows y'all done found out.
You didn't try to drop by that.
All right. Any
No, we didn't talk about it.
Any other questions now on the agenda?
Word some way.
Did all of you get that first district caucus on Tuesday after adjournment on your agenda?
Fourth district caucus.
Fourth district is Monday, the first Tuesday.
Oh, you got one Tuesday
The first district.
Allison.
That's the one.
St. Coffin's district.
That's what I started.
Dawson, whoever it is.
Chatham.
It's sure not.
It's Chatham.
More than I do.
Chapman.
Chapman.
Chapman, he's a man.
Chatham.
It's
Chatham.
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 It's Chatham.
Chatham, right.
That's what he said his name was, Chatham. There he is,
What?
right there, Chatham.
Chatham.
What about the minutes now? The minutes of the last two executive committee meetings?
Got 'em right here. Come out with
You've got two, what you got, one on 12, one on the 19th, haven't you?
Hadn't both of them been mailed out?
Right.
Yeah.
I make a motion that we, accept them as mailed out.
I second that motion. Put on him at the list.
I agree, yeah, 'cause I hadn't read them either.
The minutes of, these two minutes were mailed out to all members of the board, and we do have a motion to approve the minutes of those two meetings, one on the 12th and one on the 19th. The motion is to approve them as mailed out. Are we having a discussion on that motion? All in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, before we get into the next item, I want to give you a report of sorts. You know, I've been involved in a lot of different situations since I've been president of this organization, but I must confess, the situation we're about to get into takes the cake. I have never seen anything to beat the situation where we've got everybody and his brother trying to tell us how to run our business. I'm sure that some of you have got some telephone calls from some outside influence. And I must tell you about a couple of situations that we've just recently had to deal with. One was last Thursday, I got a call from Bob Perry, who is the governor's top assistant, at least he used to be when he was in the Capitol. And he insisted on having some discussion with Tom and I about the situation surrounding the governor's absence of not meeting with us on the 19th. Well, we kicked it around a little bit and decided out of common courtesy we had to have an audience with him. At least we couldn't hardly turn him down. So he came over and he spent, I'd say, at least an hour, Tom.
Yeah, pretty close to it.
Close to an hour. And he started off at, that he wanted to find out what could be done to make amends for the snafu he says they had. And he says that he don't know who failed to get the governor the word about his appointment with us. But since he was the man that made the appointment, he had to assume the responsibility of him not showing. That's what Bob Perry said. Well, he wanted to know if there was any way that we could get the committee back together to interview the governor. I told him, I said, well, Bob, I just don't think it's physically possible with the time being what it is, Well, he says, what about inviting the governor to meet with your executive board Sunday? I said, well, I'm not at liberty to invite the governor, but I will tell the executive board about your request. And if the executive board feels that they want the governor to make an appearance before them, then I'll try to get you the word. Now, he'll be in this hotel this afternoon. They're having a Finch meeting, and the governor and Bob Perry will be here somewhere in this hotel. Now, that's the first thing I want to tell you. The other thing that I want to tell you is at 2:30 this morning, I got a telephone call from Cliff Finch himself. 2:30 this morning.
Lord.
That was actually 2:30 in the morning. And of course, you know, he woke me up out of a deep sleep, and fella Nix come on the phone, and know if I was Claude Ramsey with the state FLCIO, and I told him I was. He said, well, the governor wants to speak to you. Right. So anyhow, he comes on, and the thing that he wanted, and the best I can remember, 2:30 in the morning, best thing that I can remember out of that conversation was something like this, that, you know, that you're a good friend of mine and all that stuff, and that I just wanted you to know before you started into your meeting tomorrow that I didn't get the message that I was supposed to met with y'all. Now, that was to the best of my memory, that was the discussion we had at 2:30 this morning. Somebody else told me a while back they got one of them 2:30 calls. Is the president here? Yeah. So I think before we get into the committee's report, now, Brother Tucker, you might want to report on a call you've had from the governor, and some of you might want, like the first thing we have to decide before we take up the committee's recommendations, frankly, whether you want to alter your procedure and invite the governor in or anything. I mean, I'm wide open on this thing myself.
If he comes in, I'm going out.
Huh?
I have a question like that before Tucker make his remarks.
Yeah, right.
How many days had passed before Bob Perry got a hold of you concerning Finch didn't make the meeting?
Well, we met on the 19th, right?
Right.
That's the date we met, and it was Thursday of this past week we had the meeting with him. So figure it out. That would be
From the 19th of April till about the 3rd or 4th of May, you know.
right.
That's a long time.
Took a long time for him to figure out he didn't come.
Well,
I want to say something.
all right. All right, we're going to let everybody have a chance to have something to say on this, and if it's all right with you, we're going to dispose of the matter on whether or not we want to invite the governor in here this afternoon before we make this decision. I think we have to dispose of that first.
I make a motion that we not invite him in here.
I'll second it.
We sat down there and waited on him, and he's supposed to showed up, and he didn't even give us a courtesy of even calling us. So I am definitely against him
I think,
with us.
You had
Mr.
to try to
Chairman,
beg him
let's
for a week
discuss.
to get him to even to agree to meet with us.
Let's see now. We got a motion by Brother Orman
And I'll second it.
and seconded by Brother Jackson that we not invite the governor before the board meeting. That's the motion, right? Now it's open for discussion, Brother Taylor.
Mr. Chairman, I feel like, in the absence of the chair calling for a motion on this, somebody may have jumped the gun. I was at the point of offering the motion that he be invited. And that if you accept that motion, which I suppose you did, then I would like to say a word or two against the motion. Okay?
Right. Well, the floor was open for discussion. A motion was offered, which I think is legitimate. Now, you know, if you don't agree with the motion, and you feel that he should be invited, then of course the thing to do is to defeat this motion and then put your motion before the board in that order. I mean, that would be my thinking on the whole matter.
Okay.
Okay.
I would like to.
Now we're going to recognize Brother Taylor.
I'd like to say a word or two in opposition to the motion. I don't think that there's anything in this outfit should be, like death, irreversible. I think in all fairness to everybody concerned, it'll absolutely do no harm in giving the governor an opportunity to come before this, which he has respectfully requested to do so. I think to turn that down, you would alienate
a lot of people that has gone up and helped to make this organization what it is. So I could say a lot more about it, but I wanted to go on record as opposing the motion to deny the governor a chance to come before the body and speak his piece. Thank you.
Brother Wilson?
Brother Chairman, I would like to speak against the motion also. After all, we might feel that he improperly responded to the request to meet with this committee. I think that some of us might have concluded that his saying that he didn't get the word, that Mr. Perry's meeting with you that he didn't get the word is just a cover-up. It's very possible it is a cover-up. It's very possible that it's the truth. One thing that I believe in is extending a common courtesy to people. After all, he's the governor of Mississippi. We may not like him, we may not like what he's done. He's our governor, he's all our governor. He's gonna be our governor until his term expires, unless he's elected to the Senate. If he's elected to the Senate, we may not like it. He's gonna be all our senator. So I think, at least we should show the, I don't think we should throw stone for stone. I think, man, if we got the time, should have an opportunity to come before the committee and say what he gotta say.
Mr. Chairman?
Let's see if he's through. As Brother Tucker had his hand up here, Brother Harmon, you'll get a shot at it directly. Let me get Brother Tucker here. You want it now, Brother Tucker?
Yes, it'll be fine.
All right, we'll get you next. Go ahead, Brother Tucker.
I'd like to say a few words about this situation, and I think if you remember at our last meeting, my position was that Cliff Finch is the governor of the state of Mississippi, and that we owed him the respect to come before us, and a meeting, we were discussing the things that he had and had not done. And he would still be governor until his term expired. Now, on May the 1st, this was last Monday morning, I got a call from the governor, not from one of his aides, from Cliff Finch, asking me to meet him at a certain time that morning, which I could not do, to dedicate a bank 50 miles from where I live. And in this conversation, he was apologizing to me and to the entire board, the labor movement, that he did not know about this meeting. That somebody had called him at 1:30 in the morning, talking about the 2:30 calls, and asked him if he was going to be at the meeting, and in their conversation, they put him a day off from the day that we held our interview. Okay, I could not go to meet the man, but he come on to Meridian that night to meet with the Jim Eastland retirement celebration, whatever they called it, and he called me at home again, and he was he wants to talk with us. Now, I called him on the carpet about the things that he has not done, and he had some explanations which I could never quite understand. And in my opinion, I would oppose a motion of not meeting with the governor. I think we owe him this respect to let him tell us why he has not fulfilled his promises.
Good enough.
Brother Sheldon?
But Tim, I feel that we should, get a governor a chance to come before us, and speak whatever matter we take it, because if he get elected senator, our senator, we might want to meet with him, he may not want to meet with us.
Brother Kelly?
Well, I can understand people having respect for the governor. Apparently, he don't have any for us, because we tried to meet with him a time or two, and he sent some of his downtown flunkies in to meet with us. And Claude, I know the efforts that you made trying to twist his arm to get him to accept it and get a return call back, when, I think we went beyond what was expected of us to even trying to get him in the meeting to start with. If he's running a haphazard outfit that is folks don't know where he's at, not getting him the word. Well, we don't need him in Washington, because he'd be like some of the senators we have up there now. He'd be so dang senile and forgetful he couldn't know what the world was going on to start with. Now, you know, you got to draw a line. If you make an exception for the governor, somebody else gets Charlie Sullivan's crowd to get in touch with some of our people and call us and want to know why didn't we interview Charlie Sullivan. Where did you stop at? I think we made a decision. We've always said when a person don't show up or don't want our thing, we don't go back and start giving them second, third efforts to come back in and start meeting with us. Now, where are you going to stop it? Do you stop it right at the governor himself, and that puts everybody on notice from now on that when you're supposed to come, we don't buy no excuses for you not being there. If he was going before the Manufacturers Association to be interviewed that day, friend, he'd have been there, and he wouldn't be calling and trying to get them to come back together and let him come back again. And I'm for the motion. I refuse to even sit down and talk to the guy for that reason. So,
All right, Brother Davis wants the floor.
Let's stand up, Claude. Sitting down for 2 or 3 days. I'm opposed to the motion. I think we'd be in a bad position if 5 or 6 people or 4 people decide that they don't want to talk to the governor of the state of Mississippi. Now, we're not talking about an endorsement. The motion was made to let the governor come talk. If we have gotten to the point where we can't listen to the man, that we're in bad shape. We can't turn rank and file people on and off like you can a switch key of automobile. Right. 2 years ago, I worked my butt off getting people fired up for Cliff Finch. Right. Now, are we going to tell this convention that because he missed a meeting that we wouldn't even talk to him? I think the rank and file people will leave us if that word gets out, and it will get out. I'm not saying anything about anything else except the fact let the man come and talk. What could that hurt? What could it hurt to let the governor of this state walk in the room where we're at and let him say his piece? Right. Now, if that can hurt us, then I ain't heard anything except he hadn't done some things that we wanted him to do. Well, we knew that when he was elected. He's done some things that I'm proud of. But to refuse a man the opportunity to speak, to me, would be a very serious mistake. And I'll oppose the motion.
Mr. Chairman, point of order.
Brother.
And I don't know what the motion was wrote down as, but I made the motion, and the motion was that we not let him speak on behalf of us endorsing him. As far as I am concerned, I have not made a motion that we wouldn't listen to the governor of the state of Mississippi. And I'd like to speak a little on the motion.
Point of order, what is the motion?
I've got moved not tonight, invite the governor to the board meeting here today.
That's what I understood.
Okay. Before we decide whether we're going to endorse anybody or not, maybe that I should clarify the motion is what I was talking about. I don't think
Well,
that...
let me interrupt you for just a minute.
invite him to the convention to speak.
I felt that the matter of the request for a governor's appearance should be disposed of before we got into the executive committee's report, which deals with the recommendation for a senatorial candidate. Now, it appears to me that if you're going to invite the governor, that we ought to withhold a decision on that until after he's been afforded a chance to come in and speak. Now, the other question is, really now is, are you going to attempt to interview him as we did the other candidates while he's in here, or simply afford him an opportunity to come in and speak to you? I mean, you've got 2 ways of dealing with it.
Invite him to speak to the convention out there.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to speak on the motion.
All right, Brother.
I fully believe that the motion should stand in that. I'm not saying, but it was not my intent on making the motion that we not let the governor speak to it. He, like some of the others have said, gets speaking against the motion. He is governor of the state. But as far as him coming and us interviewing the governor, I am definitely against it because we set a date, he was notified, and he didn't show up. And I'm like Kelly, if we let him come back, what about the other people that may wanted to come and speak to us concerning their candidacy? And I am definitely against that. As far as the governor of the state of Mississippi meeting with us and talking with us or discussing our problems or what he's done and what he hadn't done, I didn't intend for the motion to signify that I didn't want that. But as far as him coming trying to get us to change or endorse him, I think this is out of order because we definitely notified him of the date. You might might ask you to tell what you did to try to get in touch with him. The length of time that he took between the time that he definitely knew about it till he got in touch with us or anybody got back in touch with us, said to me that he didn't want our endorsement. And I don't think he should be given no 3 or 4 weeks to change his mind and said, well, maybe I better get in there and at least meet with them and see if I can't get their endorsement. But as far as meeting with the governor, I have no qualms with meeting with him or letting him have his say. But I am definitely against us considering him as meeting with us and supporting him.
Chairman, I'd just like to say this. One or two of the previous speakers has mentioned other candidates coming back and wanting to meet with us. Now, if I'm correct in this, we only had 5 people that we extended the invitation to.
Yeah.
And I can very well see how a man could not get a notice for a meeting with the operation that's going on in the governor's office as of now. With the attempting to run the state, attempting a campaign. Now, I'm not going to sit up here and say that what we've done previously is wrong. Don't misunderstand me. And I also understand that we're probably going to have a hell of a time getting our action approved. Maybe worse than any of us realize. But I think we do owe this man the courtesy of coming to talk with us, and maybe he can explain some of the things. Now, he attempted to tell me why he could not do some of the things, and I couldn't comprehend what he's saying over the telephone. So, as far as the action that the executive board has taken, I don't have no second thoughts because I was a part of it. I voted with the executive board, and I'll stick with it. But I still think that we need to let this man come in and talk to us, show him the courtesy of maybe explaining some of the things that has happened. Now, we do not know how much effort was made to get these people to come before this board. We do know that our president, with all due respects, done the same for every one of them to come in and meet with us. But far as me saying that I know Claude done it, I don't know what Claude done, but the rest of them appeared, so I'll have to take it for granted that all of them had the same opportunity. That's all.
Claude, I second Brother Orman's motion. I got no problem with discussing with the governor anything he wants to talk about. But I personally would be opposed to reopening what the board did, and I'd personally be opposed to giving any reconsideration to Cliff Finch as supporting him for the Senate. And I've got several reasons for feeling that way. One is several days, 2 or 3 weeks prior to our meeting on the 19th of April, he had plenty of time to talk to other people about what the labor movement in Mississippi was going to do in regard to his candidacy, because some of them called me. And let me tell you this story. I have in the state of Tennessee a personal friend of mine who happens to be the Commissioner of Labor in the state of Tennessee. He used to work for our organization before he was appointed to that position. And on several trips to Washington, he met Cliff Finch. Since we have no Commissioner of Labor in Mississippi, and since we have no Department of Labor, then the governor in many instances goes together, and where in the other states their Commissioner of Labor will be present, like the Appalachian Council and several Labor Department programs and so on. This friend of mine, who's named James Neely, called me at least a full 2 weeks prior to our 19th meeting and asked how labor felt about Cliff Finch and what was his chances of getting labor support. Now, the only reason that man called me was that Cliff Finch had asked him to call me and ask me these questions. No other reason. He wouldn't have done it otherwise. And I explained to him that in my opinion, I felt that way then and I feel this way now, that Cliff Finch would have a problem getting the total support of the total labor movement in this state based on some things that I personally knew that had taken place. Now, I was on the interview committee, and I've been there for years, as y'all all know, and I was there when Cliff Finch was originally interviewed, along with several other people seated at this table. We asked him some specific questions, and he gave us some specific commitments. Not no maybe-sos, no nothing. He gave them to us, and he hadn't done none of them. Let me tell you what two major ones are that I think we have to very carefully look at. One was he asked us if we would not introduce a Labor Department bill in the legislature. He thought that would create a big controversy within the state between the Chamber of Commerce and the business people and labor, and it would hamper his legislative program, and he thought this was the improper way to go about it, but that he would take care of that problem for us. And he said if he couldn't do it any other way, that he would issue an executive order creating this commission or committee. And he would name people to it from labor and from the general public and so on, and would fund it and would put it into operation during his administration. The other thing that was a major issue was one that Brother Tucker brought up that deals with building trades. And that was this question of whether there was any state construction, would the governor use his influence at all to create the possibility of prevailing wage rates on state construction. Cliff Finch raised his hand and told Brother Tucker that he'd do it if it took an executive order and he didn't have to worry about it. It'd be done. Now that's what he told the interview committee, and it was this was some of the stuff that we went to the convention then and asked our members in the labor movement to support the man. All right, time passed and nothing happened on either one of these issues except about a year after he'd been in office. He did issue an executive order naming some sort of a commission he was going to create. But from that day to this, he's never named the first person to serve on it. And not $1 has ever been generated to put it in operation. And there's been no meetings on this committee. And he's done nothing at all about prevailing wage rates based on everything the building trades have told me. Now, to me, this was a good issue for labor movement. You know, something to regulate our problems within the state and something to help us to keep some of these non-union contractors from out of state taking most of the work and bringing in their own people. Now, if a man will look right at you and assure you that he'll do these things and then won't do it, he may still be the governor, but that don't mean I feel like supporting him a second time round for even a more important position and one that he may hold the rest of the days of his life and the rest of my life. And if any example, if we've seen anything at all, everybody in this room knows that Jim Eastland has served for 36 years. So in this race, where you believe it or not or where you care or not, this may be the only time in most of us' lifetime this question will ever be discussed by labor anymore with any marked improvement or results or any hope to influence. Now, if the governor had time to contact people in other states to call all of us, and he did have time to know about this meeting, and Bob Perry in his office was supposed to have arranged for it, and Bob Perry was considering running for governor once, and he certainly met us on his appointed day. Then it's strange to me that it never dawned on the governor that he was supposed to come meet with us. Now, I don't know what his reasons were, and at this point, I frankly don't care. But I would be bitterly opposed to reopening the action at the interview and the executive committee, along with the other board members from the Jackson area who was present, made after we finished our interviews. And I'll tell you this, the one problem this labor movement in this state, in my opinion, has got is the fragmentation. And if we can't somehow settle whatever problems and differences we got and go down the road together, then we're going to be so ineffective we might as well forget it. And I'm serious. The state FL-CIO does two things, in my opinion. One of them is they do whatever they can in the legislature of Mississippi to defeat bad bills that's opposed to labor and to help create good bills that would be favorable to labor and to the general public in this state. The other thing is politics. To try to support for public office people who will support us on the issues that matters. And I think if we lose sight of these things, then we're in trouble. And I'm perfectly willing to hear what the governor's got to say, but I am not willing, and I'll oppose in this meeting or on the floor of the convention, any move to reopen the deliberation of that committee and to give Cliff Finch any consideration for endorsement. Thank you, Claude.
I would like to say that, being a colonel on, Governor Finch's staff, I was called approximately 6 months ago by an aide, not the governor himself. I didn't get a call from him, but, he always asks a statement, you know, if it's anything that, the governor's office can do for you. And I brought to his attention the executive order that Finch, issued on setting up a committee on labor. And I told him that the AFL-CIO hadn't heard any follow-up on it. And he told me that I would definitely know something within 2 days. And I asked him if he found out any information, if he would mail it also to Claude Ramsey. That's been 6 months ago, and I've never heard anything from him since.
Claude, I'd just like to amend what I said. One thing I left out. After the governor had first issued this executive order, creating this agency, or saying he was going to create it, almost another year passed, and then some of the executive committee asked Claude to try to make an appointment with the governor to discuss these two issues and to see why, if he had an explanation, and he would give it to us, that these things had not been done. And we all come in from all over the state, come to Jackson. We had a definite commitment out of the governor that he'd meet with us. We all met at Claude's office. We all rode over there to the Capitol. When we got there, the governor never did show. He sent Bob Perry and some lawyer by the name of Al Binder, who I'd never heard of, and the last I heard is more Republican than Democrat, and what in the world he's doing as one of the main advisors to Finch, I don't know. But anyhow, these are two gentlemen that we met with, and they listened very carefully to us, and they assured us they'd get back to us, and I never heard another word. Did you, Claude? They took all our names and addresses. They're going to write us an immediate letter. After discussing this with the governor, they assured us that they were speaking in his behalf and would take this under consideration and give us an answer. I ain't heard that.
Oh, let's see, Brother Woodson had his.
Well, I just wanted to make reference to what Brother Jackson said. I remember quite well the meeting that he's talking about. I was involved in that meeting, but
Sure
if I remember correctly, that the purpose of this meeting wasn't specifically to discuss these two issues.
No, there was some other
It was in
things.
reference to a letter that Perry Way had sent the U.S. Department of Labor
That's correct.
about something that involved the Tom Bigby situation. And this is what we went over there specifically to talk about, even though we threw in the other issues.
That's
The
correct.
meeting was specifically to deal with the Tom Bigby waterway situation, and this Caraway fellow's letter to Mr. Marshall saying that if the governor didn't sidestep you was going to take the program over.
That was all involved, Bob. You're perfectly correct. But he did meet with us, is the point I was making. The governor
Thank
never
you.
did show.
The point Brother Jackson's trying to make, that if we set the meeting up with the governor and then we get there and the governor sends us word he's sorry he can't make it, and he sends a couple of his aides to listen to our complaints. That's what Brother Jackson's talking about. Well, you know, we have a kind of a ticklish kind of a situation to deal with, and we still got one or two board members that haven't really expressed themselves too much yet. Now, I don't have any problems myself of permitting Cliff Finch to come in here and make an appearance and see what he wants to say. I don't have any problems with that. But I think that
if we do it that way, then we might have some difficulty in explaining our actions to the convention if we allow him to sway us in our decision here this afternoon. Now, I mean, that's kind of the way I see the situation. As I view the thing, let me kind of throw this out here. And God, I've never had so many calls from different people trying to use the influence on what we decide to do in this thing. I've never seen anything just like this one as long as I've been around. Everybody and his brother is trying to influence our decision-making process. And I don't mind telling you, I get a little bit hacked at it, as I'm sure some of you are probably feeling some of the same kinds of pressures. But as far as I'm concerned, again, I don't have any problems in dealing with our own decision-making process. It might be the thing to do. It might well be the thing to do is to go ahead, see if we can get the man over here. Let him have his say, let him leave, and then let's decide what we want to do.
Claude, as long as we're not doing it on the basis of interviewing. If he wants to talk to us, I'm willing to listen, but I'm not willing to go through an interview and ask him the same questions we ask the other candidates. I want that clearly stated.
Let's see, brother, turn it down.
Lord, I have no objection to letting the man come in and talk, because I am speaking for myself. I'd rather not even see him.
Yeah.
But, so I am opposed of us interviewing him, the same way we did the other candidate.
Yeah.
I'm willing to stand by what the board's action will be done before. If you wanna come in and talk, fine, but I'm opposed to interviewing.
Mr. Chairman,
I'd like to say something.
Let's let Larry
speak.
Silent Mary finally spoke up here. Let's let Mary have the floor.
Probably, I guess the reason he hasn't called me is because he couldn't find me. I gather from what you said that maybe, the motion is not worded quite exactly like you want it, and I would suggest either rewording the motion or, one of us amending it to say what we really mean to say, which as I get it now is let him speak his piece, but our interview process is already completed.
I agree with that.
I thought somebody would amend it. I'm all for amendment, on the motion.
Well, I'll offer an amendment then.
Let's let her read it back to you, and then let's see what, if you want to extend an opportunity for him to come in here,
You asked, first off, the president asked for the executive board to act on, before you asked for the committee report. And then, Mr. Orman moved to not invite the governor to the board meeting here today. That's all I'm saying.
I'm talking,
Now, maybe you meant for an interview.
go ahead.
You wanna-
Yeah, that's
for
what
an
Well, we
interview.
can-
Go ahead.
we can, Mary, if you'd like to, you could offer a substitute motion.
That might be better.
That would be the best way of doing
I
it.
would be opposed to an amendment to that type of motion.
Write up
because
a
it's
substitute
negative
motion on how you want to do it, and we can consider that. If that passes, then the original motion dies anyhow.
Why don't you just withdraw your motion? I'll withdraw my second, let him make a new one.
Due to the subcommittee meeting, I couldn't quite hear.
Okay, now we got that committee meeting out of the way, so.
As the seconder of the motion, I'll withdraw my second. Will you withdraw your motion?
Yes,
Right,
if they
then you
make a
make a
motion
clear
on the,
motion.
if there's a motion made that he be allowed to address the, board without, considering him for the, interview, I will withdraw the motion.
That's out of, Brother Chairman, that's out of order. He's predicating his withdrawal on something. You got a motion. I'm calling for the question.
Well, you want to vote the motion down and come in with something else, or?
That's the only way you do it. You can't.
Well, substitute
Either
motion
that or
would do it. You
withdraw it
could
or
write up a
Withdraw it totally.
substitute.
Withdraw it.
From a parliamentary point of view, the way to deal with this kind of a situation is with a substitute motion. And if somebody will write up a substitute motion to do what some of the discussion's been about, then put that on the floor, we'll discuss that, debate it, and if it's passed, then that takes care and that kills that original motion.
That's correct,
Well,
I'll submit a substitute.
Mayor's got the floor.
Let's see what Mayor's got.
That the governor be allowed to speak to us as he has requested, while in fact we will still abide by the rules of our interviewing process.
Get a second to that motion?
I'll second.
All right. We have the substitute on the floor now. Remember where you are from a parliamentary point of view. The substitute will be put first. If it passes, it kills the original motion. If this motion fails, we'll revert back to the original motion. Are you having a discussion on that?
we need to hear the motion, Mr.
Yeah, we
Chairman.
need to clarify the motion.
I want to be sure what it means.
That's right.
As we did, and make our decision from those interviews. Isn't that our process?
Well, I really think that you have to deal with that later. That if you're gonna invite the man in, let's hear from him, we get into the recommendations at that point. If there's anything comes out of the meeting with him, anything that he says might have a bearing on your decision, at least you'll be wide open at that point.
I agree.
You follow me?
Because we allowed him to come here and speak to us, but this is not an interview committee.
No.
This is not an interview.
Right.
Uh,
That's the point I'm making.
Could I suggest one change and use the word invite instead of allowed?
I'll
Mean the
agree
same
with that.
thing.
No,
Well,
he's a
He
one that
requested
always-
it, she allowed it.
We'll
I
sign
know,
to.
I will say allow, because, we're not inviting him. He asked us. He invited himself.
allowed in your motion.
I said allowed. I leave it like it is.
Mr. Chairman, I call for the question.
All right, the question's been called for. All in favor of the substitute motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. The substitute motion has passed. We will now have to see if I can locate Bob Perry. I told him it would probably be about 3 o'clock, and it's now 5 minutes after 2. I don't know if he's in this hotel yet or not.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Brother Knight.
One remark I'd like to make, because I'm willing and we always have abided by the decision of the executive board. You've just taken action to invite the governor. Now, don't be disappointed if he don't show.
Well, that ought to settle the rest of
Listen,
the
this
question.
ain't funny, this is
No,
true.
I know it.
You may
I've
get
been through it with him
embarrassed.
twice, and
may
today
get
I ain't figuring on doing it no more, I'll tell you.
He's just as out
If he
not
don't
to
show the
show.
door, that'll be.
I wouldn't be in favor of listening to one of his aides here in his place this afternoon.
Just, don't be
Well,
surprised.
that may happen, it's happened to me twice in a row, and if this is the third time, Howard, I'm done.
Yeah, but I know, but I'm saying I wouldn't be willing to let him come in if he ain't got the time.
See if we can have a little order, please.
I think one of the real catchers was what Brother Tucker said. When he was trying to explain to him the reason he didn't show up, he didn't find out about it at 1:30 in the morning after he'd supposed to be there. Well, it taken him 3 or 4 more weeks to get back around and get in touch with us again. I don't understand that.
I don't either.
I know what it is. A good many of the people that's colonel
did
on
what
his
he said.
staff is in the labor movement. And these people that went to him, found out he didn't show up for that interview, and they've jumped on him about it. Said, man, you know, if you don't do something to try to get their endorsement, I'm gonna have to, you know, because of my position in the union, I'm gonna have to pull out of your account. And if you don't believe there's a bunch of them down there, go down there and look at that meeting he's having this afternoon.
Sure, they're down there.
They done committed, they got bumper stickers all over their cars, they got the material in his office, and these are the people that's trying to force him into coming back here now with this wishy-washy damn excuse.
Well, we've got, I tell you what, we've got a,
Ain't no business going on half-cocked till somebody decided something
A lot
else.
of people go off there.
Getting all that, Carol?
Well, I like to say
There ain't
this
no
about
way.
talking about these people doing these things.
decision,
endorse it.
right.
That's right.
And I'd like to know how they're not acting with the organization when they do it now.
That's what I meant earlier when I said the
But they're
fragmentation.
acting in the name of labor because I've heard them do it.
Well,
I know, the fragmentation.
we had some discussion about this situation with the executive committee. And I assume that we'll all have to assume some responsibility for the kind of a situation we're in. And I guess that I have to share the major part of that responsibility. Because after Finch's election, we went to work with him before he ever got in office on the problems relating to the party and the whole works. I got a communication to all of the local unions, advising them of the possibility of becoming a colonel on his staff. Many of the local unions followed up and joined his staff of colonels and sent in $200. I don't have any way of knowing how many of our own folks are still making his meetings, the colonel meetings. But if we got that kind of a problem, I guess it's a problem of our own doing, and perhaps of my doing more than anybody else's, you know. But many of our people talk to me confidentially about their disillusionment with his administration. And no later than last week, Lewis Carter, who some of you know is black, who has been a agent of a local union down in Mendenhall, told me that he was very upset and disillusioned with what the man was trying to do, especially as what blacks relate to black people. And, you know, I don't know how many of these folks are still sitting in on his meetings that he could have a bunch of. I don't know. But it appears to me we've made a decision, we invite the man in. If he doesn't show, he doesn't show. We deal with that. But if he comes in, then we go to the floor. If we still go in with our recommendation, at least we can say that the governor, we did invite him in. He did have a chance to speak to the board. You know, that's where I think we are. It probably needs to be done that way. Now, we've got a couple other items here that we need to dispose of. And then I'll have to see if I can find the governor. Or we could recess and let me see if I can find him before
I'd
we get
recommend
to
you
the-
do that
Mr.
because.
Chairman, Yeah. just a point of information here. I don't want it to be left that on this committee that he developed by executive order concerning labor. Yeah. Some of the board members may have not been at the meeting that you gave this executive order out to. Yeah. But I just wanted in the minutes that he had management 8 to 4. 6 to 2. In other words, he had
Harry never did name
3
them,
times as many
Didn't
management
matter.
on Department of Labor as he did labor, and I just wanted to be sure that I wouldn't that everybody here knowed this. And in fact, I had rather not have nothing than to have what he was going to do, and I think I went on record as that. But he didn't even do that.
He
I
never did
think
name
we
the
all
people.
decided that day.
Yeah, he
I
never
believe
named
it was. But it was just, Well, that's- Ben, we was discussing this other, I just thought we should bring this up, that the Well, executive order wasn't no good either. I've got some other stuff here that I'd like to make you aware of when the proper time comes. Yes, Cecil? Huh? 2:30? All right.
Why don't we try to get him now? 'Cause
Let me see if I can locate Bob Perry. Would you like, we got a couple other items yet we need to
Let's
act
get all
on.
this out of the way, cause I don't know if I can stand to be in here and think about business after he's.
Well, my thinking is that we need to try to get him lined up.
Why don't you try to find out if he's coming and when, and then while we're waiting on him, go ahead with the business.
We should adjourn. That's what I thought about doing.
Take a recess.
Why don't you
Make
take
a
a
motion,
recess
we
now
have-
and see if he's coming?
Now make a motion, we have a recess. Stand in recess till I see. Bob Perry just dropped by and said that it would be
35 or 40 minutes before they could have the governor down here. So we thought we'd go ahead and reconvene the meeting and take up a couple of these matters that we haven't disposed of, and perhaps we can be through the time he gets here. Okay? He said it'd probably be 30, 40 minutes. And we can't start till Bob Woodson gets here because he's the chairman of one of the 4th District Committee.
Here.
Here. All right, let's call the meeting back to order. Bob, I just explained to everybody that Bob Perry just dropped those two are the actions of the 1st Congressional District Convention and of the 4th. Joe Davis was the chairman of the 1st District Committee, and I'm now going to call on Joe for a report.
Good deal.
I'll stand up again. My brains work better when I'm standing.
Oh, is that where they are?
That's where they're at. Exactly right. We met, Claude, for the benefit of the board. This is the first time we've had an opportunity up in the 1st District to take a shot at Jamie Whitten, and we're going to take a shot at him with a double-barreled shotgun, hopefully, and scatter him a little. We, without going into a long, drawn-out process, Jamie Whitten won't meet with us, period. No explanations or no anything else. He will not meet. He wouldn't meet with the interview committee. The day after the interview committee, I got a telegram out of his Washington office saying he had some problems. We did interview 2 candidates, a guy by the name of Gerald Chathams and a guy by the name of Eugene Carter. We had about 8 or 10 people on the committee, and we spent something like a little over an hour each with the candidates. After the meeting was over, we padded the score, and the majority of the interview committee scored Gerald Chathams higher. Not that much higher, but higher. Gerald Chathams is a district attorney up in the north end of the state in the Hernando area, running around the state line over in Oxford. This is his 2nd term in office. He ran this time without opposition. The first time he was elected, he was 29, I believe he said. He's about 34, 35 now. He's an attractive-looking guy, and he comes on pretty good. We had our 1st District Conference, I guess was the official title of it, last weekend, May the 29th, on Saturday in Water Valley at the Union Hall down there. We had 90-something people, roughly that was in attendance. We discussed the interview committee's report, and then we voted, and the majority of the people supported the interview committee recommendation. That was to endorse Gerald Chathams. Now, I've been in contact with Gerald, and he's enthusiastic about our support. He called me the other night and wanted to know when in the heck was we going to release it to the papers, you know. He was proud of it, and he wanted everybody else to know that we had his support. I understand the Teamsters that's got members living down in Mississippi, Memphis, has already endorsed it. I don't know their, processes for endorsing people, but that's what he said. But anyway, Claude, it's our recommendation that this body support the 1st District and their endorsement of Gerald Chathams.
Did you make that in a motion, Joe?
So moved. So moved.
I'll second.
What'd you say the other guy's name was?
Eugene Carter is the 2 people we met. All right, the motion is that the executive board ratify the action of the 1st District Conference on 29th. Right. On April 29th. You've heard the report, Brother Davis, and the motion to adopt. And we do have a second. Do we have any discussion?
I'll second.
The county second.
I might say Whitten did not meet with the CWA Legislative Committee in Washington either.
I'd like to say something else to clarify this position. This is an endorsement in the Democratic primary only. We have, in the general, we're going to have a Republican that's gonna run against the Democratic winner. We might, be talking to the Republican later. Well, matter of fact, that's the interview committee's position, that after the Democratic primary is over, we talk to the Republican candidate, because he's asking for our support also.
Well, the other Republican didn't meet with us that night either.
No, but he's wanting to.
Yeah.
But anyway, this is for a Democratic primary, don't
Any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Now, the next one is the 4th District situation. The chairman of that committee was Robert Woodson. And we'll ask Robert now to give a report on that situation.
Thank you, Brother Ramsey, and to the board members. Let me say, I chair the 4th District Interview Committee in the caucus meeting. It was maybe not as smooth as it might have been in some situations in the past, or it might not have been as smooth as it was in some of the other districts. However, after the members of the committee that showed up from the appointed members, there was a decision on the 15th to recommend the endorsement of State Representative Jay Disharoon from 4th Congressional District Congressional seat. I regret that on this date that the initial interview was held, I was not able to stay all the way through the meeting. I had to leave because of my local union meeting. But I left the interview committee who was present in charge of, I left Brother Ralph Miley with the laborers union in charge of that committee. And of course, after the committee finished its interviews of those candidates who showed up and made its evaluation and reached some conclusion on a recommendation, it was my understanding in the feedback I got over the next couple of weeks prior to the convening of the district caucus, I received little conflicting reports from the members of that committee that was present and made that decision. So for that reason, I thought I should reconvene the meeting since I was responsible for making reports to the body. So I reconvened the committee meeting on that Saturday morning, and at that time they did take official action on a recommendation. Of course, the committee voted, out of the 8 members of the committee that voted, there was a vote of 5 for recommendation, 2 against recommendation, and there was 1 abstention. I made the report to the caucus as the committee recommended it. However, personally, I was against an endorsement, but I advised the committee that I would make the report to the caucus as they had acted, and I would not inject my feelings into the report. However, during discussions on the report at one period, I did dismiss myself from the chair and speak against the recommendation. Of course, the group who were there accepted the recommendations of the committee, and the caucus itself voted to endorse Jay Disharoon as 4th Congressional District candidate. Now, since that time, I assume that Brother Ramsey on the agenda was referring to the news article when he mentioned related matters. Let me say that that Saturday night, after the meeting, my wife advised me that she had received several calls from Mr. Jennings, one of the candidates in the race, about who Labor endorsed. I wasn't at home, however, I did call home, and I advised her that if Mr. Jennings' secretary called again, to tell him, or tell her rather, that the committee did endorse Mr. Disharoon, the caucus endorsed Mr. Disharoon. So Monday morning around 10:30, Mr. Jennings came by my office, and he came in and asked me if he could talk with me a few minutes. I told him sure, I'd be glad to talk with him. And he said he just wanted to know, you know, that if the committee really endorsed Mr. Disharoon. I told him yeah, and of course, I gave him my opinion as to what I thought, you know, the situation was. He asked me, do I feel that he would have gotten an endorsement had they not endorsed Mr. Disharoon? I told him no, I don't think he would have. And of course, about 2 hours after he left, I received a call from a Mr. Dave somebody, Associated Press writer. And of course, he questioned me about the endorsement, about the action of the committee and what I thought happened, and I told him, you know, just what I thought. Now, I would like to point out that some of you, all of you might have read a news article that was printed in the Jackson Daily News by the Associated Press writer. You might have read an article that was printed in the Clarion Ledger by a Clarion Ledger staff writer. I talked to both gentlemen. I would like to point out that there were 2 matters in that article that I'm not responsible for. One is their source they referred to on the Senate race. I had no discussions on that. I was asked, I told them that I didn't know anything about it, that any matter on the state level had to be referred to the state level CIO office. The other thing is the announcement of the endorsement of the 1st District. I didn't know what the 1st District did and who they endorsed until I read it in that article. Now, the rest of that article, I am responsible for it. I did say most of the things that was printed in those articles the way they were printed. Now, I know it raised a lot of eyebrows. I know it met opposition. I received a letter from Brother Ramsey advising me of the calls that he had received from various members of the board questioning my action on this particular issue. And of course, I did reply to Brother Ramsey's letter. I too received a lot of calls from various people inside and outside of the labor movement about the matter. Let me say though, I guess it's coincidental that all of the calls I received was not in opposition to what I had done. Now, there were some of the local labor people who came to me on a personal basis, and it was they feeling that on first sight, or on first thought, that what I had did was a serious mistake. Well, I didn't argue with them. I didn't object to their thoughts because I feel that persons have a right to their individual opinions. I feel that I have a right to my individual opinion. Now, be that as it is, I know if there are those of you who disagree with what I did, then that's your right. I don't apologize for what I did to nobody. I don't apologize to what I said to nobody. That was my feeling, that was my opinion, and I expressed it. And if I had to express it again, I would express it again. Now, let me say that this may result and I'm pretty sure it will, in my being not reelected to the board. Well, to me, personally, I want you to know that I intend to see it through. I intend to seek reelection, but if I'm not reelected, personally, it doesn't matter. I feel that I've paid my dues to the labor movement, and I'm gonna keep on paying my dues to the labor movement. I think that since I've been involved in the labor movement, I've been in accord with things in the labor movement that on a lot of occasions, maybe I personally didn't agree with, but I did it because I thought it would project a good image to the labor movement. But I think there are times when we are so busy washing other people's dirty linen, we forget about our own. Now, we refer to washing dirty linen in the public. Well, this may be washing dirty linen in the public. It could be called that. But on the other hand, I think that there are times when if one feels that he disagrees with something, that whether it implies a washing of dirty linen in the general public, that person has that right, and he shouldn't be castigated for doing so. I think there are a lot of times that a lot of us have made mistakes. Now, personally, when I received Mr. Ramsey's letter, when I first read it, I got kind of bitter, but then I realized I say, now, if I get bitter about Mr. Ramsey saying that I was a fool, when he referred to me being foolish in what I did, that I would be in reverse doing the same thing that maybe some other people are doing. I would be denying or getting bitter with him about him expressing his opinion. Brother Ramsey had a right to say that if that's what he felt, even though it insulted my integrity, insulted my freedom of speech. But I still think that Mr. Ramsey had a right to say it if that's what he felt, and I don't hold nothing against him and never will. If it just so happens that I am reelected, I want you to know that I'm going to continue working with the labor movement, and I'm going to continue doing what I can in the labor movement to promote labor's program. But I do want you to know that if there's something I disagree with, I'm going to let you know that I disagree with it. Now, I might ought to do it in here and let it stay here, but there may be some times I might decide that I want to let somebody else know that I disagree, and I think in many instances it might be an advantage, because, you see, we must realize, and I'm not going to keep taking up a lot of time, but I think we ought to realize from time to time, and I think we ought to face realities, that we see a very demonstration here today of how split we are as far as carrying out what we want or might like to carry out in the labor movement. You know, even since this, I can name local unions in our 4th district that have set up individual meetings for other candidates, not the candidate that labor endorsed, but for other candidates. Now, the candidate didn't show up because he didn't want to be a part, or didn't want to be accused of being a part of splitting the labor movement. And I can respect candidates that have done this. I won't name them, but, you know, let's face reality. You know, we cannot get out here and deliver enough votes on a district or state basis within the labor movement to elect a candidate. We got to have coalescing politics. We got to coalesce with other people. Now, we've endorsed a candidate in the 4th district. Now, I knew, and I still know, that the majority of the people who we normally coalesce with is not supporting that candidate. Now, should we turn every other candidate in the race against us because we endorsed a candidate who may not get elected, who probably won't get elected, that is elected? I think now that, you know, this is my personal opinion, that we're in a position, even though it might look bad from the offset, it might look bad to the labor movement, it might look bad to some other people, but at least we're in a position that if Mr. Disharoom is not elected, that whoever's elected can't say that, you know, everybody in the labor movement was totally against it. So, that's all I gotta say. I'm not going to, I don't feel that I should offer a motion, ask for a motion that this board go on record in endorsing the recommendation of the 4th Congressional District's action. Maybe I should, but, you know, I'm not gonna do it, because of the fact, if I did, then everything I've said, I would be contradicting myself, and I don't believe in contradicting myself. I don't believe in talking out of both sides of my mouth. So, that's my report.
Some other members of the board might want to question you a little bit on what you said, Bob. The thing I think that people are so much concerned about is the fact that that you divulged a number of the what could be considered as confidential matters that took place in the caucus to the press. And believe you me, I spent a full day on the telephone, answering telephone calls when that story came out. And I hadn't yet seen the Daily News story when I wrote you the letter. It was that night before I saw that. Just the matter, really, the discussing this whole matter in public with the press, I think, is what concerns a lot of people. And that's what prompted my letter. It prompted my letter after I'd received a lot of telephone calls on several members of this board. Does anybody want to raise any question with Bob at this point?
I'd like to ask a question. First of all, I strongly believe in your right to, Bob, to express your opinion, but when they start off as you as a vice president of the state AFL, then you are speaking for him and not as an individual. Speaking, it looks like from the two readings that I have of it that you are speaking as a vice president of the state AFL, and then this is what that worried me so in that and you were also chairman of the meeting, and then telling what went on in the meeting. I thought this was wrong, not in voicing your opinion of what you thought as an individual.
Curtis, let me point out that I made it very clear, and of course you can recheck this with either one of the news media, that I was giving my personal opinion of what happened. Now, they did ask me what positions did I hold with the labor movement. I told them what positions I held. Now, they did print it as if I was speaking for the labor movement, but I did make it clear that I was speaking from a personal opinion. And I did tell them after they asked me whether or not I held any position with the labor movement, I did tell them what position I held.
Well, to clarify the other part of my question, as you as chairman of the caucus, do you think it's right to divulge what went on in that meeting concerning it and expressing your opinion?
It just happened that in expressing my opinion, it did reflect what went on in the meeting. Now, it may not be right, or, you know, it may be against policy, but in expressing my opinion, you know, I did say what happened in the meeting. And I don't, like I told you, I don't deny I expressed it.
Anybody else?
I only have one question about, everybody makes mistakes. I look over a mistake every now and then. The only thing that upset me is you said that in the future, you know, you got this opinion that you're gonna do it, and this is what bothers me. Hell, I made a billion mistakes, but I feel like if each one of us leaves here and goes out and gets on the telephone and call the AP and UPI and give them a news release, every time we don't like what the majority rule, we're in a bad situation with no candidate in his right mind asked you for the endorsement. If I was him, I would come back after I saw that in the paper and ask to withdraw it, request for endorsement.
Well, Russell, maybe I did make it on a broad basis. I'm not saying that my intention is to, keep an open house fight or keep it, open exposure of union matters. And, I might not make another statement in 10 years. I might decide to make another one next week. And again, I'm not gonna say that I might not decide to make another statement. If I told you, I would not be lying to you. And I'm not gonna tell you a lie.
Brother Turner down there on the corner.
Claude, I read Brother Wilson's post, so I had heard that it was coming in the paper that night before I read it the next morning. However, I got peeved when I read the statement. I had to read it 3 or 4 times in order to try to see what direction was Mr. Wilson coming from. And I tried to call him several times that day, and so happened I never could get him when I was trying to get a hold to him. Now, although Mr. Wilson expressed his opinion, they say he left the chairman's seat and expressed his opinion in opposition of the committee's recommendation in the meeting. Although Mr. Wilson has a right to speak his opinion, we're not trying to take that away from, at least I'm not trying to take that part away from him. But I do think our internal problem should not be aired in the newspaper. That's not the place for it. If we got internal problem, let's work it out in a room like this, or whatever meeting we're in, and when that, leave it in that meeting. Now, if you guys want to express his opinion, then he has a right to express his opinion. And also, I'd like to stay further. Mr. Wilson is the chairman of the 4th Congressional Caucus. The governor in the meeting, so I was there, I gave him a mandate to recommend to this meeting, board meeting, that they go on record endorsing J. District Room. And I think if Mr. Wilson does not convey the caucus recommendation, he's neglected his duty by not recommending to the board that this room be approved by this board for endorsement. Because I feel if he don't do that, then he's injecting his personal feeling in the wishes of the board, of the caucus.
Let me respond to that. Maybe this is the procedure. I don't know. I don't recall in the past where when a district made an endorsement that it brought it before the board, because I think on time there might have been endorsements made when there wasn't even a board meeting. And I didn't think it was mandatory that this be done. Now, if it's mandatory that it be done, I'll do it. But, I didn't know it was mandatory that, the board had to, do this. This is, but if the policy is that it's mandatory the board do it, I'll do it.
Well, it's a matter of kind of a routine matter. We've dealt with it in different fashions in the past. We'll have a situation develop. The board itself will authorize the establishment of a committee within a congressional district. And then that committee's actions will be approved. It's been done that way. Theoretically, the situations that we're talking about, the 1st District Caucus committee was established by Tom and myself on the makeup of the committee to interview the candidates. Convention call went out calling a convention of the locals in the area. They went through the motions of endorsing the candidate. In order that there be no question about this being a bona fide action of the state AFL-CIO, then we now need to ratify the action of the 2 caucuses. If it's not done that way, if we don't have something in our record indicating that the state AFL-CIO supports this, and it's really not it's not a legitimate endorsement, is what I'm saying. It's either do it by this board action or by convention action. Yeah, Brother
Paul,
John.
could I say something? Brother Woodson, as I understand it, and Tom or Claude can correct me from the Coke bylaws if I happen to be in error on my memory, but until this board or the convention does approve action in the district, then that don't release Tom and Claude to put any financial resource or any effort
Correct.
into these districts where you've endorsed this candidate. It takes the authority of this board to put them in gear with any resource they may have available to the candidate.
Well, any board member can make that motion, can't they?
Yeah, that's right. It doesn't have to come from the chairman of the committee, or rather, I think the appropriate thing, if Bob doesn't want to make it, then, Brother Turner can make the motion.
Let me say, maybe Lewis is right about me injecting personal feelings in there. And, I'd just like to point out one instance, on, why I'm reluctant. See, we're talking about spending some labor money here. And, it might be free money, but then it's probably gonna come from labor people. Just a minute, if you give me a second, I'll find what I'm looking for. What it is, it's here somewhere. But it's a memo from you, Brother Ramsey, that was sent to, I don't know whether it's sent to everybody, but it was sent to most of the labor people, I guess. And it's in regards to your participation in the MATE organization. That's the Mississippians, I believe, Associated for Tax Equity.
Right.
If I recall the one I got sometime recently, in the very, short past, you referred to some matters that was enclosed there that you hope would help us raise funds to finance, the future cost of this project. Mm-hmm. Now, I cannot go to my union members and solicit money to finance that program and then turn around on the other hand and solicit money to support a candidate that voted against it in the House. It's just that simple, and that's why I can't make the motion.
All right, any other questions? Well, I assume that Brother Turner will offer the motion.
I'd just like to make a comment. Bob, I think what you did was a mistake. And I think it was a serious mistake. Now, I'm just gonna give an example. We held the Mississippi Electrical Workers meeting yesterday. And the chairman of the Mississippi Electrical Workers asked me the question, this was yesterday afternoon now, about the candidates that we had interviewed for Senate and how they stacked up. And my answer was that they were all good. They come in wanting our endorsement and our support. And I think this kind of thing, it don't help us at all. You know what I mean? It really puts us in a bad position with all of the candidates. Okay.
Well,
Mr. Chairman, I move that the recommendation come from the 4th Congressional District Caucus that this board will go on the record as accepting the 4th Congressional District Caucus and recommending J. Disharum as candidate for the county 4th Congressional District seat. I second the motion.
okay, we have a motion and a second to accept the recommendations of the 4th District Caucus. We have any further discussion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Be it noted that one dissenting vote by Brother Woodson.
Mr. Chairman,
That is Brother Knight.
could I ask Brother Woodson a question? Bob, in light of the discussion here, in light of your position as you've stated, the fact that you was chairman, designated as chairman of the committee, the board has accepted the recommendation of the caucus that this recommendation be made official. You feel that in the light of your views that you can't continue to serve in that capacity? Does your personal feelings make it impossible for you to serve in that capacity?
You mean in the district?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, it does.
It does?
Yeah.
In
And I
other words-
hereby at this point officially offer my resignation. still.
I felt like this is important.
Yeah, it is
because,
important. Well, let me say that.
Well, I'm gonna get to this matter now. We're not through with the matter yet. The matter of the organization, something that Brother Knight and myself have already saw the need of doing something about, and concerning the fact that Bob's position was what it was. We have therefore come up with a recommendation for a 4th Congressional District Committee, and if you would, Brother Knight, I'd ask you to report to them now on what that recommendation will be.
Well, the Jackson Central body here, after the action, Jackson Central body meeting was this last Monday night. The Central body appointed a couple of co-chairmen in the Jackson Central body area to work in the congressional campaign. And in the light of the developments, and this was the reason I asked Bob the question I did, we had a recommendation that in that case that the committee be put together. In other words, expand the setup that the Jackson Central body had initiated and make a district committee out of the thing, headed by Ralph Miley and Charlie Horn. This was the thought that we had in the light of the situation, since the Jackson Central body had asked them to head up the activities in this area.
The caucus, we will have a caucus of the 4th District Monday afternoon, as I've already announced. At that time, Brother Knight, I'm assuming that you will make a proposal to them that this committee that you've been working on be approved by the caucus of the 4th District, right? Now, I think for the record, the board needs to ratify, which it has, the action of the caucus. And then if you'd like to, simply put a motion on here that we ratify whatever action comes out of the caucus in terms of a committee to work in behalf of a candidate. I don't know how you can anticipate this. But anyhow, Brother Knight has, and of course I was in on this, we had some discussion with Charlie Horn and Ralph Miley, and they are in the process of trying to come in with a representative group from the different counties, Vicksburg, Macomb, Natchez, those areas, some people to go out and do some work. Would you like to simply just leave this in the hands of the caucus? Would be all right with us. I don't have any strong convictions on it one way or the other.
Yeah, let them make that
I'd let the
decision.
4th District people as assembled make their decision in that matter.
So if we get a motion here, then is that the board would simply delegate the authority for...
I so move.
All right,
That
okay.
the authority be delegated to the 4th District caucus.
All right, that takes care of the matter.
Let's vote on it.
All right, do we have any discussion on the motion? Not all in favor of the motion signify it by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carried and so ordered.
What time's the governor gonna be here?
Well,
It's been over an hour now.
I didn't check my
It's been an
clock.
hour.
It's been over an hour.
This is
Not
scheduled.
far.
This
Mr.
is
Chairman, I'd
on
like to
schedule.
ask Brother Woodson another question, if I may. My question is, are you planning on discussing what went on in this meeting with the news meeting?
No, I have no intention of discussing what's going on in this meeting.
Thank you.
Well, we have just about taken care of the agenda that I had worked up for this meeting, with the exception of the main item on the senatorial thing. We can go into that matter up to a point, review with you the
interview sessions, review the report that all of you've got. We worked up a report and a recommendation and mailed that out to all of the board, and just about everybody on this board had some input into that document before it was all over with. Or we could recess again and wait for the governor. I don't know. It's, as far as I'm concerned, it's up to you folks. How do you want to do it?
Well, how long are we gonna wait?
Yeah, Brother Turner?
What Barron, is talking with the governor gonna have on the board, recommendation, what we got, what come before the board. If it's not gonna have any bearing on it, then I don't see why we can't go on with the, discussing the board's recommendation.
As far as I'm concerned, we're gonna leave this matter up to the board. Now, we can do it, by board action. Now, if the board, by majority vote, wants to take the matter up, then we will. If the board by majority vote wants to wait until we've heard from the governor to get into this matter, then we will. I don't want to be arbitrary about this matter, but I think it's a decision for the full board to make now that we're all here together.
Let me just voice this, Claude, if I could. I've said quite a bit here today, and I usually don't talk this much. I would prefer not to take any action if the governor's actually coming until after he's been here.
Okay.
But I don't want somebody going out of this room and said we done voted on it before he come, and it was a waste of time him to be here. Now, if we're gonna see the man, we ought to see him and enact. But if he ain't coming, then I think we can't wait him forever. I'm willing to wait a reasonable time.
We've got other action.
Resolution?
It was 2:30 during break time.
Well, it's 3:30 now.
It's been
An hour, that's what I
It's not
said.
been long.
Situation too much. Robertson, by the way, paid us a visit and insisted on having a chance to talk with us. And so I guess I must have spent 30, 40 minutes with him. And he's got some pretty good thoughts for whatever it might be worth. But anyhow, I've got the one from Robert Robinson and one from the member of the House. What's his name?
Tedford?
Tedford, yeah. I never did hear from Charlie Sullivan. I sent these things to those candidates that had qualified with the Secretary of State, and I didn't send any independents who announced their intentions of running, only the ones that had actually qualified. So these two, we can circulate them. You all can look them over if you'd like. I'll lay them up here. If you don't want to look at them, it's all right too.
Let me question on Charles Sullivan. I've had quite a few people ask me concerning it. Did you send that return receipt requested or something, or are you sure you got it?
To Charlie?
Yes.
No, we just sent it to his, like we did everybody else. Was he claiming he didn't get it?
No, I just wondered. I figured that's gonna come up next, though. I thought we had one time said that we, maybe I'm not trying to criticize now, but I thought we said one time we would send them things return receipt requested so we'd know that they got it.
Yeah.
You know, once before, we had some people that come up and said they didn't get them.
Why didn't you remind us, Curtis?
Huh?
Why didn't you remind us?
It was in the minutes of a meeting.
How long? When was that?
Well, I know it, but I'm sorry I didn't.
You go supposed to tell people, Bunny.
Well, I ain't supposed to be the bookkeeper now, Carol.
I'm talking about the whole thing. You better be reviewing and reminding people.
I'm just a Monday morning quarterback.
I gather.
No,
Evidently.
I agree with you. I'm not.
No.
It's probably my fault. I should have, if I'd thought of it, I would have reminded.
If I thought of it, I'd done it too.
But I think, just to mention it again, we ought to do this because these people, you know, say they didn't get them, and that's the reason they use this as an excuse against us.
We ain't got the money.
If that's the reason, they don't have to sign it. Jamie Whitten didn't sign my letter, but the day of the meeting. Kept it in the affair for over a week.
Yeah, they
Do you remember how many?
Company done us that way on a notification
of
contract
expiration.
15.
Just left it laying in their box.
What happened to resolution 15 and 16, they're not in the kit?
They got in too late. They were done Thursday and Friday.
Resolution 15 and 16 were mailed in by, one of them, the 15 was mailed in by retail clerks, and the other one,
No,
furniture
I
workers.
didn't send them 15.
These are not resolutions
have they
submitted
got
by
it
the
right?
board. Of course, don't have to be approved by the board. Any of the affiliated organizations have a right to submit resolutions, but these are resolutions that have been sent in and will be considered. There are a couple
Unless, are they all stable?
that hasn't been approved by the board. I ain't got no 14.
That's all we got in the kits is through number 14. We ain't got 15 and 16.
Do you have 14?
Yeah.
Got 14. Well, you don't have to ratify 15 and 16. These are two that fall in. They come in real late. And matter of fact, she did one of them Friday, the last day. But anyhow, how about 14? You got the one on W.O. Stanley?
Yeah.
That one will be submitted.
We got two of them. It's in the kit, and then we got it today.
Got 13 and 14.
You got 13 and 14? Let me see, I believe 1 through 12 that was mailed to you, 1 through 12. And we didn't get any dissenting votes from the board on the ones we submitted from the board, so I'm assuming that those resolutions have been approved.
Situation, it's right here today.
Oh, most definitely, yeah.
I didn't know.
Yeah, but it's going ahead.
Yeah, I know you told me, you know. Right. You just call them out, so we'll refresh our memory. I don't have them in front of
A
me.
little different, his sounded better.
Mr. Dean,
You don't have
did you
to
do something about your schooling? About to die?
Y'all gonna freeze me to death, yeah.
They all stapled together, the resolution.
I know that. I'm just election.
Or 1 through 12 is, and then we got 13 and 14 separate.
Yeah, but I wondered what he I'll tell you what we can do. We can go through the thing. Resolution 1, submitted by an affiliated body, resolution number 7
Whoa, you trying
on affiliation. Resolution number 7 on the affiliation, that's the kind of a standard resolution that's introduced at each convention to try to re-emphasize the importance of affiliation. You got that one. Same applies to organizing. Well, we want to emphasize organizing again. Number 9, agency shop. I think we had some discussion on that one. And that one, I think, speaks for itself. Number 10, the Legislative and Education Fund is one that some of you might want to discuss a little bit. Brother Davis dropped me a note and said while he wasn't officially opposing the resolution, he felt that maybe we ought to think about an increase in per capita or something of that kind. Now, this again is a resolution that we've submitted to conventions in the past prior to elections to try to raise a little money from the locals that want to kick in on it. It's not mandatory to spend during the legislative elections primarily more than anything else. That's the reason for that. And as the resolution points out, the legislature will probably be reapportioned the near future prior to the next election. And, you know, we're going to have a wide open situation at that point. Give us an opportunity to do an effective job in cleaning out some of the dead wood and electing some decent folks, which is in turn going to mean money. That's the reason for that resolution, to try to raise some extra money. But if you don't like that resolution, it's not too late to reject it.
Can I say something?
Yes, right, Brother Davis.
I'm not opposed to the resolution as such. It's my position. And I thought we took the position in the last convention, that the volunteer contributions didn't generate very little money. And the only thing I'm saying is, if we're at a point that we need additional money, we ought to consider increasing per capita tax. I don't think you can do it at this convention, but we might think about it at the next one, if we need the money, which I know we do. I'm not opposed to raising money any way you can do it. Matter of fact, I want to ask for the floor before the board meeting's over. I got a suggestion on that for the first district.
Well, we're talking about dues money here that can be spent in a state election. And it's of course of a different color deal
Right.
than a federal election.
Right.
I'm sure all of you understand the difference.
I don't see nothing wrong with going ahead and approving this resolution. And of course, we come to a per capita tax where this year and next, or the next, unless conditions improve, and I don't see that as a possibility, because I don't think some of us can afford it, but I know we need the money. I'm not opposed to the fact that we need the money. I just don't have the remedy.
Some of our unions are in fairly good shape. Talking about local unions, some of those unions would come through with a contribution based on this resolution.
Right.
And of course, we recognize the fact that some are not in a position. And it's strictly a volunteer thing. There's nothing mandatory.
I'm kind of like James. We raised the per capita, I believe, last convention, and I've got, I'm sure he's got more problems than anybody else, but I've got some locals that's in real good shape, and then I got some locals that's just are making it. And the ones that are in good shape could give a real big donation and wouldn't hurt them, and the others, if you put the per capita tax up there, you're gonna lose some of them. And I don't think that's the right thing to do.
Well, that resolution would make it possible for those that are in good shape to make a contribution.
Maybe, just talking and trying to help him, maybe if we took somebody real good talker and so forth and hit some of these locals and maybe moved in on them and made a speech, and then we could get them to put out some more money than what they would do if you just.
Well, we're going to have, I'm just kind of looking the situation over, Brother Sheldon, Brother Grantham, up your way, Tupelo, some over in your area, East Mississippi. When the legislature's reapportioned, this is where it's going to all be at. So we're really talking more about that section of the state than anything else. It's not going to affect central Mississippi or south Mississippi, anything like it's going to affect you folks. So really, we're talking about trying to raise a little money to help you, Joe, when you have to go out and start trying to do a more effective job up there. But it's not mandatory. But it does provide an opportunity for those locals that's got some money would like to put some of it in here to do so. And then, if we got somebody that'd like to go around and make a pitch at local meetings, like Brother Orman can, Brother Shelton there can, Brother Grantham, and in your situation, then you got the resolution to point to. This is what we're talking about. All right, can we get a motion to approve that one, or how do you want to deal with that?
Approve all of them at once?
Approve them all at once, okay.
Make a motion, we approve all the executive board.
I'll second that.
We've all read them, right?
We've all
Well, if you've got them all.
Controversial.
You've got 1
I
through
read them all except these.
14 is the one you haven't had a chance to look over. That's the,
I read it earlier in the meeting about Brother Stanley. I
Right.
read it, yeah.
No, he emailed one through.
Approved by you.
that's not an executive board
It's one you got to
resolution.
consider.
There you got it. Boy, you're really getting ready to open up.
Well, I tell you one thing, I want my secretary to handle that one on the floor.
No,
Well, I assume that's the reason you put it on as a committee, or wanted it on a committee. Well, anyhow, those resolutions, not our business. They submitted by somebody else. We're talking about those resolutions sponsored by the board. What about the one on Stanley? Does that meet your approval?
got a motion to approve, we got a motion to approve all of them. If anybody has any objections, why, they can bring out that one.
Right, then, if we got a motion to approve all of them submitted by the board, then that will suffice. Who made that motion?
I did.
Motion is that we approve all resolutions to be submitted by the board. We did have a second. We have any discussion?
Let me make a comment.
Yeah.
One thing, I appreciate the motion for Bill. I was advised by my prodigal local in regard to this stipulation that you be a member of an affiliated local in order to act in the organization. That somebody was gonna bring a motion to the meeting of the opposite nature, that you didn't have to be the member of an affiliated local in order to participate in this organization. Now, I don't know how they intend to do that.
I don't know either.
It's a peculiar thing to me. And was advised that if that was
Then you could go out and
put
get
through
somebody
the
off the
convention,
street.
that then they would disaffiliate with the central body. Well, I recommended to them that instead they affiliate with the state body.
There you go.
And I still don't know how they intend to get this to the convention when in fact they're not bona fide delegates. So possibly there's nothing to worry about, but you might be
Well,
aware of the
No, I'd take a constitutional
Well,
change in the
let
first
me-
place.
Let me advise you of the situation. I know who you're talking about. It's a Gulf Coast CWA local. They're affiliated with a central body. In the last several years, we've had a problem with the delegates from there wanting to come to a convention. And under the rules and regulations of the national organization, you must be a member of a bona fide affiliated local union to be a delegate to this convention. Either a central body from there, they send one, they still have to be a member of an affiliate. Now, we did receive a resolution from the Harrison County Central Body that would have done what you're talking about. And I simply sat down and wrote Mr. James Cater, the president of the Central Body, a nice little letter, and told him that that resolution was in violation of the rules and regulations of the organization, and it could not be accepted by us for consideration.
Let me ask you this.
Now, so that effort has been made, but I'm telling you how we dealt with it.
Is that the rules of the National AFL-CIO?
Yeah.
Okay. And I might say this too. I am going to do all the missionary work I can in this area, both in the COPE area and the affiliation area.
Yeah.
And it might take me a while, and in fact, the same situation now exists in the Tupelo Central Body that exists in the Gulf Coast body. And it's very unfortunate, and I apologize for it, but I'm going to start working on it. Now, when my efforts will ever bear any fruits, I don't know. I hope maybe we can do something through our national organization to bring about some type of mandatory affiliation. I think that's really the answer to it.
I'd just like to make a comment. This is a job that I have to worry with every convention. These people that wants to get seated, I have to explain to them why they can't. And I don't wind up on that discussion very popular with some of them. But
Well, I'm sure. Well, as I say, I think this is.
I know it, but
Let's vote that motion.
Let's vote on the motion.
All right, go ahead.
Let's go ahead and vote on the motion. The motion was to approve all the resolutions submitted by the board. All in favor of that motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried and so ordered. Do we have any other matters? Well, before we recess or whatever we do, all of you have got a copy of the standing of affiliates that Ms. Phillips put together. And you will note several new affiliates on there. The Boilermakers in Pascagoula being one. We've had a couple of unions come back in, the operating engineers being one of them.
We've had a couple of paper workers unions affiliate recently. One of them come into the office, had a problem he needed some help on, and he wanted to also talk about getting back into the state. And of course, I told him that's the kind of a thing we like to talk about. Before that gentleman left, he had paid a month's dues, and we'd give him a receipt, and he affiliated that local before he left the office. Then we got another local union out of Natchez, the Diamond National Group, that I understand will bring his affiliation with him to this convention. Is that correct?
That's what they said.
That's what they said.
Good. They'll be here tonight.
No.
Got his hand up.
Yeah, Cecil.
Mr. Chairman, we have another problem with the local union that I've some affiliated. They pay on half of their members, they don't pay on full membership, that would need to be something that, that we could do, to be mandatory, they have to pay on their full membership.
Well, the mandatory is there now. It's a matter of enforcing it. And I don't know, we've never really, I guess, put our foot down on that part of the thing like we should have. But we know that there are some people that are not in complete compliance with the Constitution in that respect. We got several local unions, I'm convinced, that are not paying on their full membership. That's not quite as bad as not being affiliated at all, but nevertheless, it is a problem. As to whether or not we keep them in, or whether or not we let them know that, that you start paying, or we boot you out. It's kind of a toughie. Yeah, Louis?
Well, are we supposed to pay on our retired members?
Our position, Louis, has always been that locals only are expected to pay on those members that actually pay dues. In other words, if you got retired members that you've exonerated, the answer is no. The International Union is collecting dues on them. I'd say yes.
No, I was looking at 25 members who are retired.
Yeah.
And we don't collect anything. Only
So
thing they pay is $1 a month to go to the international office for the monetary benefit.
Well, they're not, that's not active members. Right.
Nobody pays on them, but I know.
Nobody. No, we're only talking about active members that actually pay dues to the local and the international union. We've got some problems in this area. I don't know, maybe some of you might have an answer to how we deal with it. We got, I'd say, a half a dozen local unions out there. We know they're fudging, and I think after this convention, I'm going to sit down and write a few letters to some of them that I'm pretty sure of and see what results we get out of it. I don't know if the better way of doing it.
At least correspond
I'd
with
suggest that all of you take a look at the affiliation, the quarterly standing you've got. Look it over. If you know of one there that looks like might be fudging a little bit, some's in responsibility for talking to those people. All right, we've just about cleaned up our agenda. We're still waiting on the governor. What should we do?
Well, I got another promise a minute ago.
What'd you get?
He was on his way, but it turned out just like all the others.
From where?
And he's addressing this group around
New
here.
York?
Is he in the building?
Oh, yeah.
Bob Pierce said he'd bring him here first.
Huh?
I went down there and seen one of the head knockers of the Ku Klux Klan down there, shook hands with him.
Y'all want to recess and just, let's don't leave here, stay here.
What you gonna do about registration? It starts at 4.
We supposed to open that at 4, and that's 5 minutes from now.
I'd just like to say one word. I don't want to get into no details about it, but we've got two problems I'm going to take up with the next board.
Let's call a meeting back to order, Brother Underwood's got a matter he'd like to call to your attention.
I just want to sort of throw it out to you so you can be thinking about it and the new board can take up the problem. But as you know, last November we completely shut down with the exception of about 45 people and then opened back up in January. And we had one more round with the unemployment compensation people. The company paid us vacation pay and holiday pay, and they've disqualified those people for almost all the time they were off. And we've appealed it all the way through, and we've been turned down. So we're getting ready probably to go to court on that action.
There's never been a case tried, so the attorneys advise us, in the state of Mississippi of this action, this type. And we'd like to try it. The other, all right, go ahead.
We had a case where some of our people, and I was one of them, refused to go to work for non-union contractors, and ours was disallowed. It went to the Supreme Court of the state of Mississippi, and they ruled against us. This was, for not working for non-union contractors, where we lose all our standings.
This is not the same thing.
No, I mean, we're
That's
talking
where they
about
draw
vacation pay and holiday pay. I mean, where you drawed a little bit of pay maybe that week and they just disallowed
Give
you.
me no unemployment.
Right.
Howard, your attorney is.
Maybe that pay,
Howard, your attorney is misleading you just a little bit when he says the case ain't never been heard.
Right.
We carried a case to Supreme Court of Mississippi over 10 years ago on that same issue and lost it, and I spent about $10,000 on it. And the Unemployment Commission changed their rules and said that if you're on a vacation or holiday period, whether or not, even if you don't draw any money for it, you're still disallowed because you're not available to the true labor market during that period. Now, any money you do draw, like every one of my members, when they're on unemployment, if they get a holiday in that week, they take it off their check, and they've been doing that for years.
Yeah, but now you're different.
We had a guy in Columbus who's dead now, a fellow by the name of Richard Carlisle. We won in the circuit court. Joe, but we lost in state Supreme Court.
We didn't have a holiday period scheduled as such. I mean, we had a contract.
Same thing.
But as a result of a shutdown, it says everybody will be paid their vacation pay.
Right, so you receive the money.
Right.
That's the question.
All right, the other thing
That was a part of the ruling, yeah.
The other thing, we recently lost our lawsuit on the tax exempt status for local unions in Lee County. So that case is in the process of being appealed to higher court, and but all this will come up at the next board meeting.
Is that on county tax?
Well,
Or city?
city and county.
It's based on each individual county making a decision on, he's saying they lost it in their county. We got it exempt, some counties, other counties won't exempt
We
it.
got it
Sure.
exempt on us.
Well, sure, that's what I'm saying. I mean,
That court ruled that the Board of Supervisors
But-
had the prerogative
Right.
to declare whether you are a non-profit organization or not.
Well, which is crazy.
The thing that Howard's talking about centers around a suit they filed trying to force the Lee County Boards of Supervisors to grant tax exemption status for their union building in Lee County.
I
That's what the
understand the
suit's all about.
And the court ruled against them.
They ruled against them. The question now, and it's on appeal now, the Ronnie Bell has talked to me about the possibility of the state joining in on that lawsuit. I have done a little research on it, not as much as I would like to do, but the whole thing comes down to something like this, and this is where I think we have to have some good, competent legal advice. If we push this kind of a suit, do we jeopardize the tax exempt status of some of those areas that have it? Is it actually a prerogative of the Board of Supervisors to grant it? That's the question. I don't know. We'll have to deal with that.
Well, presently, some counties and some cities will grant it and others won't, all in the same state. That's what you got now.
Yeah.
We got places scattered throughout the
Going by
state.
the same law.
Right, about half of them will say you're exempt, and the other half will say you gotta pay it.
Well, it comes down to the interpretation of the statutes and what is a labor organization considered as a, what do they call it?
Non-profit.
Benevolent association. There are some Attorney General's rulings that do, and that's the basis of tax exemption in some areas. No,
Well, look, labor unions is already exempt from federal taxes on a nonprofit basis, and there's a special section of the law that permits that.
Get the IRS thing.
I was present at this hearing in Tupelo and heard the judge hand down his opinion.
Yeah.
He didn't question the fraternal part of it. He hung it up on benevolent, and he was construing that to mean going into the benevolent field in which you collect money and distribute it to the poor. It was the worst decision I've ever heard made, And I talked to the district, the attorney for the board later, and I said, based on that decision, the First Baptist Church down here will have to start paying taxes. I was kind of fed up with the outfit because we have a similar situation in Lowndes County.
That's exactly what I said when I heard about this, that the churches could not be tax exempt under his rule.
Not if,
Under
not
his
if,
rule. He hung it up on this benevolent, you might say, description of the organization.
Listen, I wanna announce to the board, everybody here has got to register, but you just please do not get another kit. I mean, you've got to come around and get a badge and register.
I wouldn't want to total no.
Well, anyhow, this matter will be on the agenda for the new board.
Good, okay.
This matter, yeah, Brother Tanner?
Well, I got something I'd like to throw before the board. There's no business of the board, but in our meeting yesterday down in Baton Rouge, it was reported that Representative Scott from Alexandria, Louisiana, has introduced a bill in the House right now, which by the way, they're both gonna vote on it Tuesday. Whereas that if the union man become unemployed and go to the unemployment office and present his union card that he can only accept the job as a union job, he would be if he turn a non-union job down, he would be disqualified.
Hey, how's everybody?
Oh, Governor.
How you doing? Good to see you.
We all are familiar with the situation, and you did vote earlier to invite him to appear before you. I've been talking with him here about the situation. He's got a time problem. He would like to confine this session to not more than 30 minutes. He's agreed to, we'll first ask him to speak, whatever he's got on his mind, anything he wants to say, and he has agreed to answer questions from many of you that might have a question, right, Governor?
Yes, sir.
Governor, it's all yours.
Thank you. Is it all right if I sit?
Sure.
Since I'm on the hot seat, I might well have it. Let me say to all of you, I don't think it's necessary for me to apologize to any of you for failing to meet the other day. I think every person here, there's not a one of you that know Cliff Finch, knew if I had the knowledge that you were meeting and had invited me, and if I didn't want to come at all, I would have had the courtesy to call and let you know. So I don't think I really owe or want you, I don't think you want me to say that I'm sorry I missed. I do apologize for not knowing, and that's all my fault, Claude. And I wanted to tell Claude and each of you, look you straight in the eye and let you know that I did not know that you were meeting on that day or any other day. In fact, I talked to somebody on the coast, said that something about meeting, and we looked at pulled my schedule off of my bed at 2 o'clock in the morning. In fact, I was talking to, I believe it was Ed Lowe. I think he had an old bird dog, had rheumatism. He just got up and going out, and I couldn't figure out why he sounded so chirpy, at 2 o'clock in the morning. He said, well, we got a meeting at 2 o'clock, 1 o'clock or something. Or maybe it was just Tuesday. And I said, can't be because they ain't on my schedule. I said, wait, let me look at the schedule. So get the schedule off my bed, and it was not on my schedule. Now, whether not, now that's all left up to you. I know that you feel hostile because I didn't come. But I think you being unjust if you feel that way. You are my friends, you have been my friends, and you're going to be my friends regardless who you support and vote. Because I'm for the working people of this state. I'm for every Mississippian to have a better way of life. And I don't care who you vote for, who you endorse, or what else you do, you're still my friend. It's going to always be that way, too. And if you feel, and if there's one of you feel that I refuse to come, I don't want you to vote for me. Because that way you don't believe what I'm saying. And if you can't trust me, then I certainly didn't want you to do that.
but I want to look you straight in the eye and let you know the truth. Then let y'all do anything you want to do. I also want to say that I've been very proud and happy to serve you as your governor. I've been very happy to announce all over the world for the first time that we are not selling cheap labor. And not a one of you in this room doesn't know that that has been all over every advertisement that we put all over the state for 160 years. And I'm not blaming, don't give me credit, but by gosh that I have tried to do, fulfill what I said I was going to do. And once we saw that that's what we've been doing on the advertisement, come to Mississippi, we got the cheapest labor. We stuck a match to it in essence and said, come to Mississippi because we got productive labor, people who are willing to put in an honest day's work for an honest day's pay. And you've heard me say it from one end of the state to the other, and that's the reason they're knocking on the doors coming to Mississippi today. We've been able to announce over 1,107 either new or expanded blue chipper, now not this sweatshop wage. But we have gone out and told our people in this other parts of the world, not just America, but other parts, come to Mississippi because we have the best people. First thing we did was to try to get our workmen's compensation up. Your help, we were able to get some of this up. Was able to help some in our unemployment. When we took off, as you remember, it was 1 out of 5 that was unemployed, or either had been cut back in their employment. We've been able to show, according to the statistics, more than 80,000 people working in Mississippi today. Not sweatshop wages, because more than 38,000 have been good wages that we have brought into Mississippi since we've taken off. We've had numbers of strikes. And as you know, the management, no, y'all never called me, but management always called, just like when I was district attorney. And you remember, DE, when I was district attorney in Water Valley. They tried to, you remember when they had all injunction and fighting going on up there. I tried to be fair and honest to everybody, and I don't think you'd want me to be any other way. Hey, Bill, man. But I want to make sure that everybody understands that what I have tried to do is to be fair and honest to every Mississippi, to give every person in our state the best opportunity to have a better way of life than they've ever had before. And the way you do that is by increasing the amount of earnings that they receive. And those jobs that we've talked about and I've told you about, take my word. Go look at them at the A&I board. There's always somebody going to question everything. And go look at the wage prices that they receive, because I can tell you, Bill Minor tell you right now, if Cliff Finch would like to take credit for the increase of all the other wages in the other states, but I tell you, Bill Minor, just because he got to be a negative person like somebody else got to be, I want to tell him in front of him. I was not going to say it, but I'm going to say it now.
Let me interrupt you, Governor. We are in executive session, and so Bill will walk in. We can ask Bill to step outside if you'd like to.
It suits me to stay.
You assume don't mind him staying?
Don't mind anybody staying, because of what I tell you, I'm willing to tell the whole world.
All right, okay.
But I just don't want somebody trying to use political assassination, and brother, they've tried to do it. And let me tell you, one of them is in this room right here. I believe as strong as I'm sitting here, there is a war between the North and the South, whether we call it Snow Belt versus Sun Belt. Come in, Doc.
Keep it out. I just want to say hey to him.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah.
I'd like to have an expression from the board as to whether or not this is executive session or not. If so, invoke it.
Okay, it is an executive session, Mr. Minor. Would you do us the honor of stepping outside? And if you would, watch the door. We try to keep anybody else from coming in. Okay?
Put your chair up against it. Just sit
See
against
if
it.
you can lock one and where you don't have to
locked
watch
them both.
the
Well,
other.
he didn't have very much manners just walking in to start with.
Well,
We want to hear what the man's got to say without everybody.
As strong as I'm sitting here, there is a war between the North and the South in the sense of jobs now. And as I told my friends who are governors in the Northeast and congressional delegation, they have banded together to keep as many of those blue chip industries. Of course, they don't care anything about sweatshop jobs up there either. But they're trying to keep as many of those good jobs, and that's what the White House Conference was on from economic development. And that was all part of the discussion of the Sun Belt versus the Snow Belt. Now, what it means to you and me, in my opinion, is that we know that the good-paying jobs are willing to move to the Sun Belt area, provided we sell our people for justly what they are, and that's productive workers, not cheap workers. I have never, under any circumstances, I've told everybody, management, and that's the reason why I don't care who's in here, because you don't hear me saying one thing in one place and one other. I tell you like it is. And that's the reason why that I feel that I could not, in all good conscience under the circumstances today, to remove the part of the Constitution, or the part that is in Congress to allow, I believe it's 14B or 15B, whatever it is, it's the right to work law. I feel that this would be a detriment to the working people of our state. I have to tell you where I feel in my heart. I'll never lie to you. I'll always be honest with you. I also told you at the beginning I would like to have a part of a Department of Labor. I entered the executive order to give you to have at least a forerunner, even had gone to the extent to help get most of the names selected, and was informed that if this went through, and they knew what was being done, and I can prove every single word that I'm telling you, that they would do everything in their power to abolish every single executive order that had been on the record and books. I want to look you, Tuck, because you were one, Claude, and all the rest, and I want to be able to look you straight in the eye and tell you the truth. If the only way that we get $144 million versus $74 million in that first year that you and I were in office together from the feds, all of these years we'd let the money go to some other state when we ought to have been trying to help our fellow man to increase his standard of living. And the way we do so is by getting that money, and it's got to come through executive orders. And if it comes in, for example, we were able to get, what was that, 26 million plus 5 million, Claude, on setting up through the Department of Labor, setting up in your area down there, set the model program for the other states to use for our young people in training them. That it goes through an executive order, and if it did, and if they were all abolished, then that would have stifled the employers and employees of the state. That is, the money would not be coming, and that's the reason why I wanted to tell you, look you straight in the eye and let you know, so that there will be no question. Now, you can either believe me or not believe me. You can ask, because Bob Perry, Herman Glazier, and myself worked on it for weeks, getting the people, even the ones that we're going to put on. And some of you sitting in this room were on it, as you know, probably know. Just like some of you, and I've never had an agency or board that I didn't try to put somebody of your caliber, a working man and woman, not necessarily always organized labor. I told you my philosophy is to help all people to have a better way of life. The majority of the people of this state have been forgotten, in my opinion, for too long, in fact, for 160 years. I've tried to say that we're going to be straight down the line. I don't think anybody want me to do any different than be in the middle of the road. For example, if we got something going, if I go out and say, let's organize this group and organize labor, then I'm taking the responsibility that you But if I keep a middle approach to it, then that's your responsibility and you the people that can do it. I know that I would have worked for less than half price as on a bulldozer, or drag line, or backhoe, or shovel, whatever I operated, clamp, if it were not for organized labor. And I know that, as you know, there are certain people in the state today feel that organized labor is bad. And I know that you know that there are certain people feel that some of the big business, and especially some of the large selfish interest groups, are bad. What I'm saying, I've tried to make you the governor that you could be proud of, even though you did not and could not agree with me on everything. You wouldn't be the person that you should be. But I think that I can look you, I know I can look you straight in the eye, and I can tell you from the bottom of my heart that I've always tried to do what I thought was right for the best interest of every single person in this state. Black or white, young or old, rich or poor. In every strike that we've had, that you all know, that every one of them I've been called to try to bring in, send in, uniform patrol. Talk to some of you one night, several times. We'll talk to you several times. But have you ever seen a uniformed patrolman at any one of those places? In fact, I sent one person up to the plant at Ripley.
I have.
Well, it was not at my
State
knowledge.
Highway Patrol.
Well, not at my knowledge of my consent, because we've always said, if there's anybody, we send one or two people to watch, to see. But even at Ripley, I sent one boy that was as an investigator up, one young man. And he just knew that he was representing the government, not taking sides with either side. He wasn't known as being with the Highway Patrol or not being, just from the governor's office. And everybody was settled and went on and went to work. We've had that, I don't know, you might have been down at, where do you live?
West Point, Mississippi.
Well, I was thinking about Brookhaven, that they had there, and they were having some serious trouble. And even the sheriff called, you know, and you have a special order that you can sign, sending in the Highway Patrol or National Guard. And after talking with some of your leadership, they said, why don't you call in the president of the local and have the sheriff talk to him, ask him to help. I called the sheriff and had told me what one of your officials told me. He called him in that next morning. Next day, he was a part. Otherwise, he'd been talking to the manager, and they've been trying to tell management, saying all is on one side and on the other. They tried to bring me in that Bryant Brothers deal, as you know, and I refused. There was some alleged beating, and a lot of times it can come from your adversaries too. You got to look at that, you know. I am not and do not condone, and I know you do not condone, violence. I've tried to keep the peace and be the type of governor that you can be proud of. I've tried to represent all of our people, but especially the people that had been forgotten before. Now, any questions you want to ask, I'm willing to hear. But I want you to know in my heart that I did not know about a meeting, or I would common courtesy would teach each of you that I'd have been here, regardless how. And you know you're my friends in the first place.
Governor, let me kind of review that situation for your benefit. Most of our board members are aware of this, but we had a meeting on April the 12th, at which time we decided that we would attempt to interview the prominent candidates for the Senate position. And agreed that we'd do this on the 19th of April, a week later. Now, on the 13th of April, I got on the telephone and I started calling the campaign headquarters of each one of the candidates. And I got everything set with the exception of your campaign headquarters. I called there the second time before I got any response. And finally, about 3 days later, I get a call. Mike Amos returns my call, and
And I explained the situation to him. Now, this is the day before we're supposed to meet on the 19th. This was the day before when I finally talked to Mike. So he got Bob Perry on the phone, and Bob and I worked out the time for your appearance before the committee, which was 3:30 on the afternoon of the 19th. Bob assured me in the telephone conversation that he would make sure that you filled the appointment, that you would be there. Well, we had our committee meeting. We interviewed several of the candidates come 3:30. No Governor Finch. I called my office a little after 4 to see if anybody had called, recognize the fact that maybe you might have had a problem. And I didn't, nobody had called. I personally felt that there must have been some kind of a snafu or something, or somebody would have called about the situation. But the thing that mystified some of us centers around the fact that there was a lapse of several days before anybody took it upon themselves to let us know about the situation. And then, of course, Bob come over. He called, and he thought he'd like to talk with Tom and myself. This was this past Thursday. And as a result of that conversation, I told Bob Perry that I'd take the matter up here today with the board and see if they would like to invite you to come by and talk to us, and that's how this all happened. But, you said you don't know about the appointment, then obviously the problem is within your organization. It's a matter of communication, not proper communication or something like that.
And it's my fault. I'll accept it.
Well, Bob says that he has to assume the responsibility because he made the appointment.
That's me.
But somebody didn't get you the message, obviously. Of course, that's up to you to make the determination on whose responsibility that is. Now, there's one other question I got. I'd like you to clarify just a little bit for my benefit as well as the rest of our board here. You made mention of the executive order that you issued that would create a Department of Industrial Relations and the whole thing. And the fact that you said that you were advised that if you followed through with this, that all of your executive orders would be abolished. My question is, who's threatening you with abolishment of the executive orders? You didn't say who.
Well, of course, there's one group that could threaten you, and that's members of the legislature.
You talking about the legislature threatened notifying all of the executive orders if you followed through on this?
Yes, sir, and I'll take a lot to take the test any day you want to show it to.
It was the legislature then that.
That's on anybody that could threaten.
Yeah, well, I wanted you to clarify that because you talked a little bit about federal monies involved, and I thought you might have mentioned there was some federal agency had threatened the. So you're actually talking about the threat come from the legislature.
Yes, sir.
If you followed through on this and you run the risk of some other executive orders also being nullified?
In the same way I did, you remember in my executive order on the set aside of all, 10% set aside for all minority or small businesses, I actually asked for 20%, so he even did that. And there was another one that was brought up, and you can go look on the record and it'll show too. The record doesn't show why, but it'll show how and the reason why it didn't come. Even though that we have been able to do so, like on the Tennessee Tom Bigby, and all of your help and work to get where we can get most of Mississippians are working, and which you're very familiar with, living right there in the territory. But this again is a part of that same strategy that has always stifled, and you've been through this, Paul, and every one of the rest of you, and I'm not putting fault on anybody, because, and I'm sure their intentions are good, but I want you to know, and I want to look you straight in the eye, and you can call me the biggest liar in the world. That suits me because I've told you, that's fine because I've been honest with you. But I've did that in my executive order, and the first time I heard of, even anybody, from anyone about that meeting, when I was at a meeting, whether it was last Sunday, at Dr. Henry or somebody, when I walked, no, it's a meeting down here, because when I walked out the door, Dr. Henry walked up to me and said, Governor, what reason why did you fail to go to the union meeting? And I asked him, I said, what union meeting? Because I just talked to somebody on the coast about if we were gonna have this regular meeting. Our honest, dying truth, the first time that I had any knowledge. And I wanted you to know that in my heart. And then y'all can do whatever you want to.
Governor, I had, if you remember when you was a candidate for governor, the two most important things that I talked to you about was the Department of Labor and prevailing wages on state work. And of course, I can't dispute what you said about the Department of Labor, but prevailing wages on state work, and I told you this on the phone the other day, at the Veterinary Science Building, Mississippi State. I hassled with the federal government, the architect, we went through the governor's office, the Department of Labor in Atlanta, and this thing went to a firm, well, 3 firms out of Florida. Now, we've got taxpayers' money building this 14 million first phase veterinary science building. Every bit of it is non-union, and they're paying about $2.50 an hour less than what our people would make. So this completely eliminates my group of people from having an opportunity to do this work. Now, I don't believe they could threaten you if you did this for the benefit of the state, so as whether you're union or non-union, then everybody would be in line for the same amount of pay. It don't say that the union will get it, but it would make it more competitive for the union contractors to have a shot at it. The state of Alabama, and I've said this before, Governor Wallace did this on state work by executive order. All state work has got prevailing wages through the Department of Labor or whoever can prove is predominant in there.
Well, now, that's something I have not thought about it. Now, I did not, and I'd be honest, I have considered and I have tried to bring the wage rates. I have not tried to go out and just say, in fact, I have made, and I'll tell you, and maybe sometime I shouldn't, but I have made some calls to help to get particular jobs so that, a particular contract, so that that contract I know would have workers like yourself. That's going a little bit further than normally I think a governor should go, but that I have gone that far. In fact, I made a call last week dealing with plants possibility going in DeSoto County, as you know. I realize that there could be, again, they might take that as like they did with my other 2 orders, the executive orders. They may say, well, if we do, then we're going to abolish everything. But that I had not considered and did not know, and it is something that is worth considering.
I can tell you what your answer was. You said that you never could understand why a man made more money on this corner doing a job than he did on this corner.
That's exactly right.
Now, this thing would be worth a lot to everybody in the state of Mississippi.
I agree, and there's no question. And I know when I talked about, I was telling you about the building up at Northeast Junior College. Remember, there was a building there that one building on one corner was built by one group, and the next group built was about half price. And I still do not understand and why, if they got just as good a building, by guys, when you get a good building and you got people trained from the union, you don't send somebody that has not been trained to do a good job. I don't think I should promote just organizing. And I've said this, and I've told my friends, I've been open and above. I've tried to say that I will see that you are treated equally as well as anybody else. I do feel that is a proper thing to do, is that you pay the prevailing wage in the community. Now, whether I can enforce that,
You didn't feel like taking them on that, is that right?
No, that's something I really took. As I said, I did not and had not considered, and had that considered crossing my mind that I could enter such an order to that effect. And this is because I said it open. I said in my state message, you can read it, as when I said in my state message about the 10%, about the industrial committee. You'll never found me, I hope, and you'll never find me unless I'm 6 feet under, when I misled you in any way. Now, I should have thought about it maybe, and I might have been able to do something about it, and still may be able to do something about it, I don't know. But it's something for me to look into, and I'll do it today, and I'll let you know what I think I can do, cannot, and I'll let you know by tomorrow too.
Governor, I'd like to ask a question. Oh, you go ahead, Brother Taylor. Go ahead.
I understand that there has been a very important committee appointed by yourself, and maybe for the first time in a long time, if at all, we probably got 4 members of organized labor on that committee. Would you tell us what committee that is, and maybe I'd be interested to know who these 4 people are. I might know these people. I believe it has to do with some expenditure of a great amount of federal money.
The largest sum of money that we have comes through in any one group is through the Governor's Office of Job Development and Training. They probably have more money than any other, and that's by an executive order again. And I don't remember now who we appointed. I remember I appointed at the very beginning, Tom, I believe Tom was on that committee. I don't remember who else is on that committee. Remember, I know I put some lady, and I put somebody from, and I really don't remember who I got on there.
I think I'm on that committee.
You on that one too?
I think so. It's got a long time.
Yeah. But even when I appointed somebody for Supreme Court to select a Supreme Court judge, I came up appointed one from organized labor to make sure that the recommendations were through. I tried to treat each of you like I'd like to be treated, and true, that has been and is one of the most important agencies in the state. And I apologize in another instance is when Secretary of Labor came down, Claude, and this was set up. We went and had a little short meeting down at Crystal Springs and training centers, and that I flew down, and that was more or less his area. But again, I could have, but I need y'all to help me. Sometimes don't get your feelings hurt because if I fail to call y'all, if I feel close enough to you, you call me up and tell me you're a sort of rascal, you know, you're dirty, you're a rascal, and I feel I can do the same thing to you. If they say, now I need to go with you, that's the proper thing, and I could have taken some of y'all with me. Even though I was not set up, I could have done so. But you try to do it all in your own mind, you can't do it. But that is one of the committees that handles more money is like Cedar Jobs. You had the trainings, the total amount of money comes through, I think, you all know how much money, it's one of the largest sums of money we get.
How can we talk to you whenever you're not never available?
Well, we run 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
You're not going all the time.
Well, let me answer that, and she's entitled to know an answer to this. And I guess if there's one thing that I feel, 2 things that I feel bad about, is that the complimentary part of it though, I get on an average, we took an average 1 week, having how many calls I got personally myself, and that is a compliment people call me myself, was 804 calls on an average per day, not a week, per day. And that's a compliment because people feel that they can call you. Now, if there is one thing, I love people. I would love to call and return everybody's call. I would like to come and spend the night with everybody. I have not been, and I have not been able. I have had my staff to try to call every single person. That's one thing I'm on constant about. And I know they have not been the best in this field, but they've tried to call every single person that has ever called, even if I was not able to call. And you know it's impossible. And I tell you, 2 people don't believe, the 2 people on there is 2 members of the organization that I had working for me to train some people were Mrs. Birch and they work over the legislature. So anyway, those can be verified, and I can show you, man. think you're entitled to know that answer. And not only you, but, I mean, there's 803 more people I'd like to call that,
James had a question.
Governor, I just got a question. You did explain today why you didn't complete the executive order creating the industrial department. But something came up sometime back. It was about the time you had a special legislative session. It only lasted a day or two. We had a little problem connected with the the Tennessee Valley thing, whatever it is up there, Tom Bigby. We also had this thing that Brother Tucker brought up, the prevailing wage rates, and we also had on our mind the question of the Department of Industrial thing that you was going to set up by executive order. Mr. Ramsey's office made an appointment with you, and we were to come to the Capitol and see you. We came, there was about 6 of us, and all of us was in this room. When we got there, they explained to us that because of the special session of the legislature, you were going to be unable to meet with us. And then we met with Bob Perry, whom we all know and have known for many years, but then also Mr. Al Binder, who was an attorney on your staff at that time. He was also in the meeting. And we raised the points that we were interested in, and one of them was this executive order. Now, they didn't make that day the explanation you made here today. They did take all our names. They assured us they'd talk to you about it and get back to us. Now, from that day to this, I never heard that explanation till today. Nobody in state government has told the labor movement in this state why you didn't put that in effect until today. Was it a secret?
No, I told several people. In fact, they knew.
We never knew it.
And everybody, you don't. When you know something, and James, you're right. I mean, I don't want and not going to argue because I'm going to be honest with you.
Sure, that's what I want.
And I tried to be strictly straight and honest and tell you exactly the reason why. It's still on the books. It still can be appointed, and I felt sooner or later that we would have a position where we could ease in, hoping. A lot of times you're like, we know this is a forerunner to a Department of Labor like they have in Tennessee. We know this.
Sure.
And this is what I felt, and I said strongly, and I took it and shouted to them straight to the legislature. I didn't hide it. Told the whole world that that's what I was doing. Now, if I was trying to hide something, why would I say in my state-to-state message to the whole world to hear it if I was trying to hide something? I wouldn't try.
No, I'm not saying that. The puzzle to me is why we couldn't ever be given the explanation until today why this order couldn't go into effect. This is the point I'm raising with the governor. And we went over there purpose to see you about this and met with 2 gentlemen that should have conveyed this to you. And it would seem to me it'd be a simple matter to say this is a problem, and at least then we know what it is.
Well, the buck stops here. Just like
I
when I
understand
didn't get
that.
to know it. By gosh, it's my fault, and I'll take all the blame for it. But I felt all along that if we played it low key, that we're getting more than 10% set aside on the Tennessee Tom Bigby work now. That you don't have to go out and raise Cain. I mean, that's all right if y'all do it. But if I can play a low-key part and move in, then you're accomplishing it without having all the uproars that would come as a result. And I feel, as I talked to Walter Bivens, Walter helped me come up with some good people, that I was selecting back and forth. He knew the reason why. He knew, I'm sure, because we had names down. And I said, let's just hold it back, and eventually they'll settle down and we'll move on into and we can get it done. But that's something that I should have called each of you and said, James, but and it's just not 24 hours a day.
Oh,
Lord,
I understand the problem of pressure. We all get the same thing, representing various groups in certain
Lord knows
locations. Right.
y'all all have done a fantastic job.
You mentioned the Tennessee Department of Labor. I'm sure you're aware that the fellow who's the labor commissioner up there is a longtime personal friend of mine. He used to work for our organization, James Neely.
He's my friend too.
Yeah, I know you.
But he sent me a lot of things back, and I've been able to use that they have done there in their
Right. They've got a good Department of Labor.
And I feel that someday that we'll have it. And I think if we can ever get just 2 people, if I can ever get just 2 people on that thing, then it'll grow, Mr. Taylor. It'll grow to 10 and 12. my original thought was to get 20 people, as you remember, and I think I would have said that. But my whole thought is to try to get, the main purpose, let me tell you, the real main purpose is to make sure that we can keep that line of communication that we have from my office to yours and everybody else. If we had that, that'd be out there, and I could say over to Claude, I can say, look, by guys, that's your fault. You ought to told them by then. And then that way, then I don't blame y'all for feeling bad, and I don't blame you for being mad at me. I don't blame you for whatever you might do, but I feel so much better that now you know the truth, and I look you straight in the eye and tell you.
He's down on the corner. Governor, something that's your prerogative to have done and none of our business. But shortly after you taken office a few months, people that had opposed you in the Democratic primary, people that had opposed you in the general election, was pulled into your camp. You used them as advisors. I thought some of us just wonder why. They opposed you all the way through the election.
To my knowledge, there would be very few. I know only person that I've never used as advisors. I had to have people that were knowledgeable in the state agencies. For example, Bob ran his own race. He didn't have time to get out and work for Finch, you know that.
Yeah.
And he might have voted somebody else. I mean, that's, I feel that Bob and I have been friends long enough, that didn't make any difference, for example. But everybody that I've tried to get, I had to get competent people. Number one, honest, competent, capable, and somebody that I could trust. And it's hard to get somebody to take one of these state jobs that pays you practically nothing. Now, the only person that I know that actively, no, he didn't actively, I'm sure he voted for me in the general election. And I often hit him, and in fact, he has been helpful to me. And I've known his mother for 40 years, and she's one of the finest Christian women I know, and that's Bill Spill's mother. He had a sister lived in Batesville for a number of years. And Bill, because of his knowledge with the federal level, he and Bill Simpson with Senator Eason's office were two people that I used to help me set up all the meetings with all the presidents, secretaries, even before I took office. And I know that neither one probably, I don't know if they voted for me or not, but as far as anyone else, that I did not get anybody. So I heard even a while ago somebody said something about Al Binder didn't support us. I know that I don't know, he got out and raised some money for us. Lord knows if he did that. I didn't go in the ballot box and see. But there could be some others that you have reference to, and I can tell you.
Well, I couldn't name any of them exactly, but I run into some labor leaders over the state, and they'll say, Mr. So-and-so over here fought Cliff Finch, and now he's up there in his camp, says he's one of his advisors, and that happens from the north to the southern end of the state.
I'm sure that.
Of course, as I said to start with, you appoint who you want to.
Yeah, but
I wondered why.
I try to point my friends first. And I've tried to point people that were competent, which I think you would do if you had the position. But to my knowledge, I made mistakes, yes, no question. The only person I've ever appointed to the board that I thought that at the time, and I was told by one of my biggest supporters that he supported, but also told by equally strong supporter on the other side and lived in another county that he didn't support. Sometimes that happens, but as far as the people that I have, and I've tried to use, have been people that I can have confidence in and are my friends and supported us. But you can't get one of you may be making, what state job paid in the first place. I'll be glad to take any one of you. I'll take anyone in here. If you want to come be on my staff, I'll take you.
You've been here for better than 30 minutes now.
We'll
talk to you as long as you want now, but I'm just reminding you that If you got somewhere else you need to be,
It's all right, when I messed up
we'll
before,
we'll talk with you as long as you want. Brother Orman had his hand up. I just
Yeah, I
wanna
just
remind
thought I
you
might ought to explain about the
Been here a
highway
while.
patrol. I had a strike at Starkville, Mississippi, and by the way, Tucker, that's the reason it happens. Starkville is anti-union, and I had a strike at Starkville, Mississippi. It was an unfair labor strike where the company was violating the National Labor Relations Act. In fact, it's tied up in Fifth Circuit now. Highway Patrol car came through our picket line, sat in that plant for over 3 hours, and that Highway Patrol and others policed these trucks that were leaving out of there, and these trucks were illegal. They were too long and they're traveling at night, which is a violation of the law, and the Highway Patrol going along protecting them. And I didn't think it was right, and I tried to get in touch with somebody in your office. I even called Tom Knight, said, well, I can't get in touch with him. And these people are coming to me and said, well, wasn't you the one that was running around here saying vote for Cliff Finch? And I said, yes, I was. And you mean you can't even get in touch with him? I said, no, I can't.
I understand your feelings, but I tried to explain a moment ago the circumstances, and maybe if we had somebody that is like my friend was talking about, that you and I could know that if you had a problem, like if I know that Tom McClure may call, at least they know they can get a hold of Bob Pierce, somebody will soon get word to me. But if I had one of you, I'm serious, I think it would have made some difference. I could never return 800 calls.
By the way, I had the number of the patrol cars and everything with me when I was trying to get in touch. I had the numbers and all, had the times they sit in there and so forth. I had done my homework.
That's the kind of people that I know I'm dealing with, people that are gonna do the homework. And I think that's the reason why, that I try to do mine. Sometimes I may not get a full facts and may not be able to know everything. And I do realize that I do have shortcomings. I think we all do. But I've certainly tried to prevent things like that from happening that you've just said. And I'm sure that I can cite you many other areas where they attempted to do it. And I've told them they might as well take off their uniform and go home because they're fired. Because they get excited. And I think it's the same thing, is that because my job is to keep the peace. You are the same way. But I'm not going to be a part of causing an unfair advantage on you, the laboring people of this state, to my knowledge.
Well, I just want just one other thing, and I want to make this clear. I had no objections to the Highway Patrol going along with these trucks to keep damage, but I didn't think it was right for Highway Patrol to go along there and protect a truck or let a truck drive through the state of Mississippi, which was too long after dark, which was a violation of state law. And I just don't believe in it. I think none of us should be above the law.
Amen.
And
It's just like that story that Bill might have put out, I had hit and run. And that's, and that's the reason I want to let people know that I'm just much, and I tell you what, I ran a stoplight one night myself. I was going to visit my brother-in-law, had my little boy, and the light turned yellow. And I was, like you normally do, always a little bit late, and I eased on through. About that time, that young blue light come on. And he said, "Gosh, Governor, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was you." And I said, "Well, I'm sorry that I'm the governor because I am not above that law." And he wouldn't write me the ticket, and I wrote my own separate ticket, sir. And I've done that as district attorney too, because I know that I'm not above the law, nor you or anybody else. And that's the reason why I paid my fine. You go over and look at it, but my fine not paid like everybody else is paid. I'll give you this offer, resign today.
I was talking to you the other day about some of my problems at Columbus, Mississippi with the four-county electric power association. And I can tell you that I did settle the thing after many, many hours. And I remarked to you that if we had a Department of Labor. Now, is Mississippi right and the other states wrong? All of them except us? I don't think so. I think it's time that we have got to move to get some other things in our state that everybody else has got.
I agree.
So,
But we've been, we've been 106, we've been 50th and everything. We always do everything. We've got to workman's compensation. We the last state, I believe, was when we were legislature talked about it, Claude, you know that. We always last in everything go to do.
We don't
because-
have to be.
Exactly right. We
This
don't
is
have
what
to be.
what I'm telling you.
But you've got to fight a group of people that have always held that, and you don't blame them for not wanting to turn them loose either. You need to think on two sides of the situation too.
It's very embarrassing to us in certain cases where we think that we're gonna do these things and we don't ever get it done.
I agree.
We would appreciate it if you can still do anything for us.
And I am, regardless of what you do, because I felt it and I said then, and I think probably, and I think the gentleman on the end probably had, well, somebody mentioned, and the little lady here asked a question, if we had a closer communication, and if I had somebody like you on my staff, it would be better, because you feel that you can call someone. I think that would help to some extent. We do, I think communication, lack of communication is kind of probably the root of all of it, just like, you finally getting that settling thing because of lack of communication. I think it will be able to move in. I think we will have a Department of Labor.
It was settled because I had my picket lines there ready to put them on the street. And the company knew it. I had them in the back of my car. That's why the strike.
That's the reason why you're my friend. You're a fighter. You're rascal. That's what I like about you. And now all of you fight it too.
Governor,
Yes, sir.
if you be elected, Senator, would you appoint, someone from our group, on your staff?
I would be willing to appoint somebody from your group on my staff. Yes, sir, providing they were competent. Provided they not there just to represent organized labor, but to represent everybody. To be the same person you want me to be as governor. And I don't know if one of you is not competent and qualified, and the fact of it is, I'd like to have your advice.